if you go to...
All right, everybody, welcome to election coverage 2024. I'm being joined by Bob.
Hello.
All right, what's up, Bob? All right, I'm gonna lower this. Yeah, it's raining over here, people. It's effing raining. It's the big one, people. The big one. All right, what were you gonna say, Bob? Bob was gonna say something a minute ago.
If you go to Google and type in election result live map, you could see the live map from the Associated Press. And so if you wanted to, like, cut to that periodically, you can do that. You just type in live U.S. election results 2024 live map.
Can you see?
So, you know, this is since the inception of the Real FUTV.
Yes.
This is our first presidential election. Exciting.
Yes. Never did this before. First one.
Is my mic on?
What?
Is my mic turned
Yes,
on?
your mic is on.
Okay.
Right.
The polls have started to close on the East Coast, and we are officially moving into the home stretch of figuring out what the hell the next 4 years of this country is going to look like.
Yep. Hopefully it's not a big load of shit. Okay, we're gonna go and tune into. We're gonna look at the polls right now. See what's going on there. Well, not the polls. They're counting the votes right now, right, Bob?
Yes. So the polls generally across the country seem to be closing at around 8 p.m., which is standard. And then the results get tabulated. So you have to remember that there's different ways that people can vote. There's early voting, which you and I did. There's mail-in voting.
Yes.
And then there's like the voting on site. So like where we voted, we had the paper ballot and then we fed it into a machine that collected our results. But there's also some places, I believe, that have a fully electronic system. So what they're doing is concatenating multiple distinct...
Concatenating, huh?
Yes. They're concatenating multiple distinct data sources and then tabulating. So there's a few steps in the process, which is actually one of the things that makes the elections less secure because there isn't a single unified system. And the ways of validating the data from different systems is questionable.
Yeah, that's supposedly how they robbed the election, right? 4 years ago.
Well, I mean, it definitely allows
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Because no one ever thought that Joe Biden was going to win the election. No one liked him.
I'm sorry, are you saying that he wasn't the most popular president in U.S. history?
I mean, look, did you see his rallies? When you see his rallies, there would be no one there.
Yeah. And I don't know at this particular juncture what the evening is likely to hold. And that's why I think it's important to participate in this process.
Oh my God, sorry about that. I don't understand what this just did.
What'd you do?
Yeah, it just glitched.
What'd you do,
Holy
foo?
All right, well, hopefully this didn't just lock up. All right, it's fine.
You're performing and participating in shenanigans.
Yes.
I think, though, that it's an important moment to remind everybody listening and watching that regardless of what happens tonight, regardless of who will be in the White House in January, civil war is not going to break out. The apocalypse is not nigh.
Oh, we don't know about that.
I think it's extremely unlikely.
I think the government has a vested interest in civil war.
Well, yes, but that's only if people allow themselves to be whipped into a frenzy, because realistically, although we all love the idea of a U.S. president coming in, changing the guard, and getting shit done, That is simply not how a bureaucracy works, and we have a bureaucracy. We have a very large, very cumbersome bureaucracy, and a president's ability to make unilateral decisions that affect immediate change is extremely limited. So while I definitely align more closely with one candidate's statements than the other, regardless of who wins.
Yes.
And I say wins in quotes. The world is not ending tomorrow. The world is not going to end in January.
We don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of weird shit going on with, I don't get too into the elections because I just don't really trust any of the candidates. I voted, I did all that stuff, but I just don't trust them too much. You know what it is, Bob. They say one thing, they do another.
But that's true of all of them, honestly,
yes,
because
exactly.
Their goal, sadly, and this ties into the conversation that we had a few weeks ago about what makes a leader. Their goal is not to improve. Their goal is to perpetuate their own power, to either acquire power or perpetuate power. Kamala Harris is not trying to become president because she has a sole calling to preserve the institution that is this country. She is trying to become president because she wants power, she wants financial gain, and she wants to, serve her handlers well.
I saw Thunderdome Boxing the other day he showed a video of her, and she was basically going on about how she was like in love with the fact that she can like make a law and like she's obsessed with power, like she's on like a god trip.
Yeah. And that's concerning for a variety of reasons. But all things being equal here, Trump is not dissimilar. He very much enjoyed his Operation Warp Speed. He enjoys being able to he enjoys the idea that he can make a unilateral decision. I
mean, that was for most likely the drug companies.
Yeah.
Basically controlled by the drug companies. Anybody that wants to get on the panel, the Discord is in the chat. So anybody comes in here and wants to jump on here and talk about the election. You guys excited? Are you effing excited, man?
Now, it's important to note...
Are you effing excited, or are you a beta?
Yeah.
Beta!
The map currently up on the screen is from the Associated Press. These are not validated results, but these are the results that the Associated Press is getting from their news affiliates in the various states. So it's not 100% gospel truth, but it is as accurate as any other news broadcast is going to be.
All right, is it even changing?
Well, I mean, it's not going to change instantaneously, right? Like in the majority of the country, the polls aren't even closed.
All right, so what's that at the top? It says U.S. Senate. You got 34. You see those numbers up there?
Yes, because...
President Harris, 71. Trump, 101. Is that the votes so far?
That is guaranteed electoral college votes.
Because that's not a lot of votes counted.
Well, of course it isn't, because most of the country is still able to currently vote. Remember, California is 3 hours behind us.
Oh, that's some BS. We voted, how many days ago was it?
We voted on Sunday?
What the heck? Like, why is this taking so damn long?
Well, because there are different time zones. And people, like, technically speaking, today is election day. Today is the day of going to the poll and voting. So, the fact that everything isn't instantaneously tabulated is kind of expected.
All right. Sorry if you can hear our neighbor, people. She's looking for her marshmallow, which is her cat.
We've been on a journey.
She's been on a journey to find her cat. She wanted me to grab it. I'm like, bro, I can't grab your cat. Your cat's gonna tear me to shreds.
Yeah, she wanted you to grab it after she spent I don't know, an hour talking about how aggressive he is and how much he doesn't like
he's incredibly aggressive. She's like, can you grab him, please?
Just grab him and bring him to me. And it's like, ma'am.
Lady, I've been bit by cats and scratched. I don't want this cat to take my damn eyeballs out.
I am not trying to die.
No, I'm not.
Via marshmallow.
I'm not, bro. I'm not trying
not to make light of it. I mean, she is a disabled older lady, and she loves her cat very much. And
she smokes a lot. She smokes a lot of cigarettes.
We all hope that Marshmallow
comes home. She should calm down on that. Just saying.
Yes. Yes,
we all hope that Marshmallow gets home just fine.
We actually had a Marshmallow sighting.
Yes, we did.
Around 8 p.m.
All right, 1 second. She might have found them, I think. I hear her speaking.
Possibly.
All right, we're going to listen to some of what Fox News has to say. And just so that U-Cylinder knows, this is copyright, people. This is copyright protected. This is fair use. This is for educational purposes, bro. There it is. You got it, U-Cylinder? All right, you got it. We're going to be listening to some of the shit the mainstream media has to say. All right. Can you hear that, Bob?
No, I can't.
Okay. I don't know why the audio's not working. Maybe they don't have any audio.
I'm pretty sure they have audio.
I feel like they would, man. I don't think they do. I think what they're doing is they're just showing a screen and then showing the numbers.
It's possible.
Yeah. All right. So, Bob, you excited?
Yeah. I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I try not to honestly, these are just figureheads at the end of the day, and I try not to attach too much excitement to either one of them. I think Kamala's an idiot, and I think that she's dangerous at a very core and fundamental level. But by the same token, Trump has also said some real questionable shit lately, and I don't know. I don't know. That seems a little bit suspect. So I'm just trying to approach it from the perspective of there will be a changing of the guard, perhaps, and we need to just focus on the goals.
All right, we're gonna keep this in the corner. This is just to show you some of these different comments. Let's see where I could put this on the screen. Put it over here somewhere. You guys see it scrolling? We'll just look at this for a minute just to see the comments. You guys can read these.
I see a lot of Trump in there.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like most people want Trump to be president. Even a lot of Democrats would probably be fine with that. Why do you think that is, Bob?
Because he actually has policies. Kamala Harris is currently the vice president, and she has accomplished nothing. She's actually made a lot of things worse. It's not just her, obviously, right? But when she's asked about policy, it's just a circuitous word salad of nothingness. And like him or hate him, when Trump was in office, he actually accomplished things. I know a lot of people don't agree with all the things he accomplished, but he accomplished things. So when you're thinking about who to support, arguably you would want somebody who can actually put their money where their mouth is and do the damn thing. And Trump seems to have been more successful at doing that. So that would be my hypothesis.
Yeah, you want to go with the guy that's actually done something, right? Sorry, I'm like moving this freaking screen all over the place. I'm just having issues putting it in a good place. You know what I mean? No, that's not a good place. Okay, we'll put it over Joe Biden because he's creeping me out. All right, so
this is going to be a longer haul. This is going to probably go until midnight.
Yes.
Or, later. Especially because there's so much variability in the swing states, how the votes were cast, and how they're going to ultimately be tabulated.
Yes. I mean, so far they got Trump winning. All right, we're going to put that up on the screen so you guys can see it. Obviously, anybody who's just coming in here, you're watching The Real Food TV. People, I don't know what the F just happened. Why this just did that?
You just did all kinds of things.
I did all kinds of shit over here.
You spent so much time trying to line that up.
I think I know what's going on. I think sorry,
and you did shenanigans.
Yeah. I gotta create a duplicate. Sorry about that, people. Yeah. All right, Bob. So what policy are you happy about? From I don't know if you want to say what candidate you're going for.
I'll say who I voted for. I voted for Trump.
Oh my God, really?
I did.
Why would you say that?
Why not?
Now people know my channel's ruined.
Okay, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Mamala. I voted for Harambe.
Doesn't she look? She looks a little bit like the demon from You ever saw the movie Legend?
She's got a big neck. Like
she does, right?
Her neck is thick.
I think she looked better with her natural hair. Like you could tell that's not a real hair. That looks like a wig to me. Or it's like really, really straightened hair.
You remember the movie that Angelica Houston was in where she's a witch that looks like a rat?
What?
There's a movie.
Oh, and wait, Angelica Houston herself looks like a damn rat.
Oh, you stop it.
She's not that attractive, man.
But there's a movie, and they're at a hotel, and she's like the head witch, and they lock the doors, and she takes off her human costume, and she's like this hideous bald thing. I imagine that's what Kamala is like. Like she goes into her chamber at the end of her public appearancing, and she like removes her human suit.
Yeah, there's something she does look like a fucking lizard. Sorry. I gotta bleep that. Sorry, people. Wait, give me 1 second. All right, 1 second. All right, she really does look like she looks like a mother lizard. She looks like a lizard. She looks like a...
Oh man, Dark, I'm sorry, Foo, I lost you a subscriber. Dark's unsubscribing because I voted for the orange bad man. I voted for the cheese doodle in chief.
Really?
Man,
you're gonna do
you're
that?
You're right.
To us,
I
Dark?
Shouldn't have said it.
Dark's gonna do that. You know that makes me cry, but I don't give a. What do you think about them apples, Bob? Do you know I never give up?
I think that I'm gonna take away that bleep button. I'm going to confiscate it.
It's kind of slightly laggy. It's kind of annoying me.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, she has accomplished nothing. She is unable to speak with any level of coherence. And in the 4 years that she has had the vice presidency, all she's done is make everything freaking worse. So, like, bruh, no.
Bruh.
It's a no from me, dog.
It's a hard no. She scares me.
She does. There's no light behind the eyes.
She's incredibly racist, too.
She's like a robot. You know who she reminds me of? She's like a beige Elon Musk. No, a beige Facebook guy. Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Like, there's no soul in there. No light behind the eyes.
Yeah, I agree.
At least the cheese doodle,
she's an asshole,
is animated. There's something going on back there.
Is there?
Something. He's spicy.
He's funny in some ways sometimes.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. But I don't have the most trust in him in the world.
I don't trust either of them.
This is Mr. Operation Warp Speed. He offered no protections for people when it comes to their employers, firing them because they didn't want to go take a certain thing. He didn't give any protections.
Nope.
That's just one thing I'm not into with him, and among some other stuff.
And his position on, like, electric vehicles, his position on cryptocurrency.
Yes.
They're questionable. I think that he tries in some regards to appease the plurality, if not the majority. Mm-hmm. And that will not work because we are too divided and divisive. And that's...
All right, Bob. Alonzo's asking if you have a single sister.
I don't. I have a little brother, and he's not single either.
She has a brother, but I don't know. I don't think he'll date you.
No, he's got a young lady.
He's got a girlfriend, I guess.
Companion.
If you can count that.
they've been together for like
Yeah.
a while. I think that she counts.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I just think that Kamala's going to be an exponentially expedited 4 more years of what we've had. And if we get Trump, we're going to see some degree of kickback of those policies, which have been particularly harmful. However, a significant amount of damage has been done. So you're starting behind the 8 ball in many regards. And the policies that he is going to have to kick back to make a meaningful difference will result in significant societal unrest.
I think what he's going to do is he's just going to undo a lot of the stuff Biden did. And then they're going to paint him as a racist and, homophobe and all that stuff. That's what's going to happen. Right?
Yep.
That'll be the big push. That'll be the new thing. And I see they had, what's that guy, Matt Walsh?
Yeah.
He came out the other day and he says this dumb crap.
Matt Walsh is so annoying.
I don't have any trust for that guy at all. I wouldn't be surprised if he's some kind of weird plant. What do you call him? He's like a rhino.
Yeah.
He says these stupid things right before the election in order to like sway votes. Because I was watching CNN earlier just to, I like to watch trash every once in a while. And they were going on and on about what this Matt Walsh guy said. Like, since when is he relevant? Like, They were going on, stand-up comedian Matt Walsh talks about Puerto Ricans.
Wait, he's a stand-up comedian?
I guess. If you had to vote Kamala Harris's attractiveness, what would you give her? A 10? Bob, 1 to 10?
I would give her a negative 45. But we have an update on Operation Marshmallow.
Operation Marshmallow?
Operation Marshmallow has been a success. Marshmallow has landed. The eagle is in the nest.
So she got her cat back.
She did.
That's great.
So huzzah, huzzah. The true and only significant victory of the night.
Fuck the politics. Let's do another music review show. Yeah, we're probably going to do one tomorrow. What do you think of that, Bob?
We can certainly do that.
Yes, we're going to do one tomorrow. We got.
Oh, he wants us. He's got a request for the Fruity 5. The N-words can be gay too.
Wow, that's messed up. That's mad racist, bro. You shouldn't talk like that. That is some real.
He added an H and a Z though.
We're probably gonna be doing some trap rap videos. And I got some 6ix9ine. I'm gonna do some 6ix9ine.
Please note that any trap rap played on this channel is against my will.
No, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I do not consider that music.
Is this poll resetting itself, Bob? Like, what the hell?
Yes, because look, she's now up to 75.
Really? Where was she before?
72.
Let me guess, she's going to pull out any minute and
she got Illinois. So Illinois came in and preliminarily, Illinois went blue, which I think Illinois was predicted to go blue. A lot of states tend to be consistently the same color. New York, where we are, tends to be blue, even though most of upstate New York is red, because we unfortunately are attached to New York City and the outer boroughs.
Hey, lady, I'm from New York City. What the F?
Yeah, well, that's a bunch of blue boobies down there.
Well, it's true. It's true. It's effing true.
Which is why a lot of people up here are like, we should just become our own state. We should allow New York City to be its own state, and then we in upstate New York will be our own state. And they can do whatever they want, and we can do whatever we want, and never the twain shall meet.
Yes.
And honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to that, because I really am not a fan.
I mean, there's not a lot of freedom in New York City anymore.
No. It's lame.
Yeah, it's gotten
extreme.
really lame. It's got very... I don't know, it's got super pussified. That's what it got.
You better not, Alonzo.
All right, what did Alonzo say?
If Kamala wins, he's deleting. Better not, young man. I'm assuming you're male. Alonzo is a male name.
If Kamala wins, I'm deleting? What do you mean?
I mean, if you feel that way, you could.
I mean, he said before that he said he was gonna unsubscribe because you said you voted for
That was Dark, not Alonzo.
Oh, sorry, Alonzo.
Keep your subscribers straight.
Yeah, sorry. I'm managing a bunch of crap here. Here it is. Look.
Yep.
Donald Trump versus
And look at the update. 113 to 178.
This is reminding me a lot of the previous election.
Yep.
Where Trump was like way ahead.
What happened is New York came in. So New York hadn't tallied and New York went blue as predicted. So a lot of this is what you expect.
People, you're watching the election live on The Real Food TV. Remember to F and subscribe. This channel truly is a KO. Kamala versus Trump 2024. Who will die first? All right, Bob. How's it going?
So Pennsylvania is a swing state. It's been trending purple, which is where it's undecided. Now, places like Philly can do what New York City does for New York. Because it's very densely populated, if Philly goes blue, it could swing Pennsylvania as a whole blue and give, oh gosh, I don't even know how many electoral college votes to Kamalama Ding Dong.
Trump is way ahead, bro.
He's not way ahead because some of these states have like 50 votes.
A lot of the states are red. What's the yellow?
Yellow is it's being tabulated. It's undecided.
All right.
The yellow, I think, are the swing states also. Because you see like Pennsylvania, Michigan. Georgia.
Yeah. Georgia, huh?
Or no. That's South Carolina. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna look at some of the stuff the pundits are saying. Okay, 1 second. See if hopefully that's still there.
Yeah, it
is. Yes, it's just fine. That's great. I'm gonna start doing that with our chats when we, when we get a couple more million people watching this show.
What's up, Josh? Josh in the YouTube comments is saying we are sweeping the board. I assume that means because we see a lot of red on the map right now.
Got a lot of red on there. Josh is very happy. He's Republican scum. That's what he is, isn't he? He's scum.
Yeah, my concern is California is almost certainly blue, and California. I'll find out exactly how many electoral seats California has.
Look, if Kamala wins, this is going to be us. That's going to be us sitting at the local restaurant that only has slop. We're gonna be eating onions and peppers, and that's it. No meat, people, because we're going fully green. Fully green. We're gonna go green, right, Bob? We're all gonna be driving electric cars because these fucking leftist people.
And then I will buy a diesel.
Anybody that's voting for Kamala looks like this.
Matt Damon.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you look like. That's what you look like, you piece of.
So California has 54 electoral college votes, so we can be fairly certain that when California gets tabulated, Kamala will bump up by 54 votes, which will make it much closer, right? She'll be at 167 to Trump's 178. So the problem is, and why a lot of people have an issue with the electoral college, I don't, but a lot of people do, is because the number of electoral college votes is based on population size. So you have states like New York, California, getting a disproportionate number of votes relative to like Nebraska.
Yeah?
Yeah. So New York, for example, has 28 votes. So when New York tabulated, you saw Kamala jump.
Yep. It's no shock there, right?
Yeah, but that's how it always happens, because as the state gets tabulated, then the electoral college votes are allocated. Like that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
There's nothing untoward about
It's
that.
not shocking. Everybody knows that. Well, is it the whole state of New York or is it New York City?
It doesn't matter because we are a unified state. So
it's just all put together.
Yes. So whatever, and frankly, there's a higher density of people in New York City than in upstate New York.
Yes, of course, right.
So what New York City votes is what we all get represented as. And it looks like unofficially New York is blue, but New York is kind of always blue. Just like California is always blue.
The girl's a super freak. Did you know that Kamala listened to a lot of hip hop, Bob, in college?
According to
Even
her.
though she's like 60.
Now, Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, has 19 votes. So that's why swing states become so important, because swing states aren't heritage in one or the other color. You know, they're not red, they're not blue. Like Texas is always red. If Texas becomes blue, I think, you know, that would be truly a sign of the end times. But states like Pennsylvania can flip. You know, a state like New York, very unlikely to flip. Pennsylvania, possible.
All right. The excitement is building. All right, I just put the Discord in the chat again.
So if anybody actually wants to talk to us,
anybody wants to get on here and talk some shit. All right, Bob. We're going to have a discussion on here, two people, while we're watching the polls. Bob.
Yeah.
Let me pull the screen up for a second. What is the American dream, Bob?
Well, I think that every 4 years we kind of have an opportunity to revisit that concept. What is the American dream now? Because the dream that founded this country still exists in an abstract concept, right? Individual freedom, liberty. You know, the United States is the single greatest experiment in radical human freedom that has ever existed.
Uh-huh.
But we've moved beyond that, right? We've now had to scale that concept. We've had to consider that concept in the context of a changing global environment. So if we think about the United States in a macro view, as a member of a global community, we are in many ways continuing to be an outlier. But if we think about what the United States means to individual US citizens, what that dream can represent, I think very much we are still hearkening back to the ability to transition social and economic classes, the ability to utilize capital and capitalism to create independence and prosperity, which you can hand down to your children. It's the only nation in the world that has a guaranteed protection for speech.
Yeah, we have freedom of speech. We have the ability to own firearms. Yeah. Right?
I mean, there's other countries that allow you to own firearms.
Yeah, but they don't have a real Second Amendment.
No, it's much more strictly corralled, but...
They'll say, oh, well, you can go hunting.
Well, no, like in Scandinavia, you can own a gun, but military service is compulsory, so it's like everybody has actually learned how to properly use a firearm, and therefore there's a degree of mutually assured destruction, and that's partially why crime is so low there. But also, it's... You know, there's a homogeneity of values and culture.
It looks like we might see this called tonight, Bob. Like, look how many states are red.
Yeah, but look at how many states are yellow and gray, right? So the polls are still open in California.
Yeah.
The polls are still open in California and in Alaska and Hawaii, and in Washington and in Oregon, probably Idaho, Montana. You know, so they're not like the big states. Texas, New York, California, they'll always come in kind of relatively quickly, but it's the more dispersed rural states that sometimes it takes a little while. And that does not necessarily mean that there is anything untoward happening. That just means that there's lots of different ways that people are able to vote, and they need to collect all of that information, validate it, verify it, and then count it. So, you know, that takes a little bit of time.
I mean, look, why did they advance this forward? Well, it has to be counted by people, right?
Yes, you always need human oversight. Like, even if you're using an AI algorithm to do analytics of any kind, you have to have human oversight because a machine is only as smart as the people who program it. You know, we use some degree of AI in analytics in my job and in the industry that I work in, but you kind of treat the algorithm like a junior analyst. You always have to check their work. You would never give a big multi-million-dollar project to a junior analyst and be like, you know what, good luck. You seem to know what you're doing. I'm not going to check this. Full send. YOLO. Like, you don't do that at all, ever. It's a bad idea.
All right, we got 113 to 178. Donald Trump is currently winning.
What do you think the American dream is?
He voted for Trump. What a fucking racist. Oh, sorry. I cursed. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. What a good guy.
What do you think the American dream is, Fu?
Freedom, prosperity, the ability to own your own property, the ability to have to be free, bro. All the stuff that it says in the Constitution, right? Am I wrong? It's pretty simple.
I mean, I can't tell you what you think the American dream is.
I think most real like immigrants that come here not to freeload is, but a lot of people like to think immigrants freeload, but actually a lot of immigrants, and by I mean legal immigrants, when they come here, their main objective, from my experience, from meeting many of these people, I've lived in New York City almost my entire life. Most of them actually came here to own businesses. That's what they would do. They would take advantage of, you know, as they say, it's the land of opportunity. So they would move here and they would instantly create a business. Where a lot of Americans I see here, they take everything for granted and they just basically work for other people. They don't attempt to own their own businesses. And they basically give away all their freedoms. It seems that the only thing they care about is their ability to kill their baby. Am I wrong, Bob?
It's troubling.
It seems to be the only thing they care about.
Yeah.
And they make up all this BS about, oh, well, we need to make it a socialist country so that we can own our own businesses. Am I wrong?
They want to make it a socialist country because, and I was actually having this conversation IRL with an actual human friend of ours today.
A human friend, huh?
A human friend. That there are some people who are actually independent, autonomous adults, and then there are some people who want to be managers at a retail establishment. They like the idea of autonomy and independence, but only to a degree. They want to just perform their tasks, which are dictated by somebody else, and then go home and order their takeout, sit in front of their television, have their Amazon packages delivered to their house, and, watch TV and eat junk food until they pass out. So it's usually the latter camp that are the most vociferous.
Well, what a word, huh?
It's a good word. I like it.
Vociferous. Right?
When it comes to having the ability and the codified right to be a shitty human being.
I mean, look, if you don't know what vociferous means, then you're beta.
Yeah.
Beta! All right, so we got Trump still winning, people. 178 to 113.
And I think that it's also really important to... I think it's also really, really important to remember that this is a changing of a guard. This is not the end of the universe. And that, in truth, aside from having access to the nuclear launch codes, like, the ability of a U.S. president to really unilaterally make significant change in decisions is very limited. We operate in the context of a representative republic with a fully fleshed out legislative branch. And those folks are way too, power hungry and interested in perpetuating their own system of governance to cede that power to a king, right? This is not a monarchy.
What is this? We got Kamala has, what does it say there, 99?
Yeah. And again, right, like this is, you're going to see different reports and results from different sources. I like AP because the AP is getting the data from the news wire.
So what is up with this one? Because these are two different sets of numbers. The other one has more than 100.
What do you mean?
This is on Google. You see right here?
I know. I
yes,
sent
well,
you to
Google's
this link.
numbers are lower for Harris.
Yes.
And we'll go to CNN.
So
CNN has it 113 to 178.
Well, is this refreshing? Oh, 113 to 195. It looks like another state just came in.
The CNN numbers are higher for Trump, aren't they?
Because again,
if you go and you look at Google, they have Trump at 177 and Harris at 99.
Honey.
Yeah?
They're predicting states. So
these are predictions.
These are predictions. Like until the states have been verified by the Electoral College, it is a prediction. That said, we still have California, right? We still have some heavy hitter blue states. Like California is 54 votes. If Pennsylvania glows blue, that's another 19 votes, right? So this could be tied and flipped very easily, depending on how these swing states go.
Pushing it to the limit right now, people. The excitement doesn't end. Why does it say race to 270?
Because you need 270 electoral votes to be declared the winner of the race. Well,
didn't Trump get 270 the last time? Am I wrong?
I don't think he actually did. I think he got like 268 or something.
Because I remember that they were
it was close.
It was basically finished, and then they did something, and then out of nowhere, Biden won.
Well, before a state is certified, the electoral board of that state can request a recount. Like, that's happened for a number of presidents. I believe that happened with George W. Bush when he was running against, what's his name? An inconvenient Al Gore, or was that Bush Senior? Whichever one of the Bushes was going against Gore.
Yeah.
There was a recount in Florida, I think. I think there might have been like multiple recounts in Florida, and it was literally down to like 1 or 2 electoral college votes that were determined by like 1,000 votes or something. So voting actually does matter.
Yes.
It is important. This is a representative republic. They cannot represent you if you do not make your voice heard, and the vehicle for doing that is voting.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do, Bob, is while we're waiting for the result, we're going to be watching a anti-communist cartoon from 1948. It's called Make Mine Freedom. I'm going to be showing this just to educate people. A lot of people don't know about this cartoon. It's actually a really, really good cartoon. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I'm pretty sure you will. I really enjoy it. All right. Looks like we're going to be here for a little while.
Yep.
All right, people. While we're, before we start this cartoon, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV. It is a great channel known to man, people. You're watching the live coverage of, wrong button. You're watching election coverage 2024 on The Real Food TV. Remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, right, Joe Pesci?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
It's Trump and Harris.
Because you're being very spicy, I can't send the link to our video to as many people as I would have liked to.
Just send it, Bob. It's fine.
I cannot send it to.
All right, so we're gonna have an ongoing discussion about what is the American dream. But right now we're gonna be watching why America is so important. Why capitalism is not the worst thing in the world as people want to believe, as they want to lie to you. You want to watch Trump dance? It's an amazing dancer, people. He loves the Village people. He loves them. No Diddy.
America is many things to many people. To a 17-year-old kid, it's the malt shop on the corner. To Grandpa, it's the front porch in the cool of the evening. To Mother and her family, it's church on Sunday morning. And to Dad, it's his favorite relaxation. It's the Cracker Barrel philosophers in Crabtree Corners. And it's the tycoons in Wall Street. It's all races, creeds, and religions. It's freedom to work at the job you like. Freedom of speech and to peaceably assemble. Freedom to own property. Security from unlawful search or seizure.
Where's your warrant, Flatfoot?
The right to a speedy and public trial. Protection against cruel punishments and excessive fines. The right to vote. And to worship God in your own way. It is these freedoms that have made America strong.
Okay, so we got our freedom. But management's lousing up everything.
Labor is at fault. It's ruining the country.
My constituents, as your elected representative, I can assure you Labor's right. Management's right. I'm strictly neutral.
Labor, management, politicians, phooey. They can't tell corn from oats.
Work!
Hurry, step right up, folks. Here's the answer to your problems. Dr. Utopia's sensational new discovery, ISM. ISM will cure any ailment of the body politic. It's terrific. It's tremendous. Once you swallow the contents of this bottle, you'll have the bountiful benefit of higher wages, shorter hours, and security. Enormous profits, no strikes. Remember, you're the big boss. Government control, no worry about votes. Name your own salary. Bigger crops, lower cost. Why, ISM even makes the weather perfect every day. And now then, because we are introducing this amazing item for the first time in this country, it isn't going to cost you 1 cent. All you have to do is sign this little scrap of paper, and you get your bottle absolutely free.
I hereby turn over to ISM Incorporated everything I have, including my freedom and the freedom of my children and my children's children, in return for which said ISM promises to take care of me forever.
Get out of the way!
Pardon me.
And who are you, my good man?
I'm John Q. Public.
Ah, my fine friend, you're just in time to share this generous and gigantic offer. Sign right here.
Mind if I read it first?
Hurry up,
Keep your shirts on, boys. No, including my freedom. Freedom? Well, sign away my freedom. Why, this is ridiculous.
Don't be corny, brother.
Sure, our system of free enterprise isn't perfect. But before we throw it away for some imported double talk, let's turn the clock back a few years to see what it's done for us. For example, back in the 1890s, Joe Dokes was just a guy who liked to tinker around his barn. Some people thought Joe was lazy. Some even thought he was nuts. But one day, he had an idea. And because he was free to dream his dream and tinker, Joe had a chance to make something of himself and his idea. So, of course, some people didn't think so much of Joe's idea. But that didn't stop him. So Joe got some money from young Aunt Minnie and Uncle Angus and Grandpappy and Mr. Titus. When Joe's friends and relatives used their savings to help him buy tools and property, they were capitalists. Don't blush, folks. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Now, naturally, Joe needed some help. So he hired Willie Lumpkin, who was out of work anyway, and before long, Willie had the know-how and became skilled labor. Because capital, management, and labor worked together, Joe's idea grew. It grew and did things even he never dreamed of. Today, the automobile industry provides millions of jobs that never existed before. And remember, this is a story of only one industry. There are thousands more scattered all over the United States whose history of development is pretty much the same. We've built a country under the American system that sends more young people to high school and college than all the rest of the world combined. Why, even in the Depression, our wages bought more food, clothing, travel, and entertainment than the wages of any other people in the world. Our country has a national income equal to the total national incomes of any other sixth nation in the world. With only 7% of the Earth's we drive 70% of the world's automobiles. That's just a sample of the things the capitalistic system has given us in only 160 years. Before signing up, you boys ought to try a little taste of Dr. Ism's formula to see what you'd get in exchange for your freedom. Go ahead, try it.
You can't do this to me! I'll strike!
The state forbids strikes.
Wait till the union hears about this!
Ah, yes, the Union. Welcome to our ranks, number 1313.
I'll take this case to the Supreme Court.
The state is the Supreme Court. Our decision is as follows. No more private property. No more you.
The farm vote will put a stop to this.
Farmers don't vote anymore.
What'll they do for seed next year?
You won't have to worry about next year. The state will do your planning from now on.
We must fight to regain our freedom, or everything is lost. Everything!
Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
When anybody preaches disunity, tries to pit one of us against the other through class warfare, race hatred, or religious intolerance, you know that person seeks to rob us of our freedom and destroy our very lives. And we know what to do about it.
Now, gentlemen, no violence, please. Don't throw those bottles. Don't throw those bottles. No! Oh, no! No! Hey!
Working together to produce an ever greater abundance of material and spiritual values for all. That is the secret of American prosperity.
Okay, all right. So in a nutshell, people, that's leftism right there. What do you think of that, Bob, that cartoon?
I mean, I think that anybody with two eyes and a brain is,
What'd you guys think of the cartoon?
I think, it's something that's important, and we need to think about this.
I showed that to our friends' kids one time. I just put it on random. I'm like, hey, they wanted to watch some cartoons, so I put that on for them.
It's called the bait and switch. You will have an educational experience when you're with us.
You will. That's actually a very important cartoon. If you guys got kids, show that to them.
Yep. Because
really
it's
important.
accurate.
It's a great cartoon.
It's simplified, certainly, but
great.
it's accurate.
People, that's got more information in it than most of the movies they make nowadays. And they used to show that to children back in the 40s.
Well, that's based on a book called The Law by Bastiat, not to be confused with Jean-Michel Basquiat, who was a painter. This was Bastiat, who wrote a seminal treatise against communism in 1850.
All right, people, you are watching the election coverage. This is Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Who will die?
It would be kind of interesting if they executed the loser.
I would put money that Donald Trump knocks Eminem the fuck out. I mean, sorry. I would put money that Donald Trump knocks Eminem the out.
Donald Trump's like a big dude.
Yeah, he's like 6 foot something, right?
Yeah.
And he's fat. He's kind of fat.
I don't know if he's fat.
He used to be like a football player.
He's big boned.
He's big boned, yes.
Isn't that what they say?
That's what Kamala would say. But not Kamala. I got to get a picture of that pro wrestler Kamala.
Kalama Lama Ding Dong. Kalama the Calamity. Kamala Calamity. That's a missed marketing opportunity. Calamity. They actually weren't mad. They were really they like enjoyed it, which was
they were like halfway asleep. They didn't pay attention.
Shut up.
They're modern kids, you know. They
participate in my propaganda.
Pay attention to shit.
But if you actually are curious or interested in taking a deeper dive on the perils of groupthink, then I would recommend you read The Law by Bastiat.
Yes. Wait, Bastiat.
Bastiat, not Basquiat. Yes, Bastiat with a T.
Okay.
And I would recommend you read The Rise of Totalitarianism by Hannah Arendt. Arendt. Interesting. But those are kind of heavier works. So you have to they're best enjoyed in like sections. That's not like a page turner easy read. It is dealing with complex philosophical concepts. But if we're not enriching and expanding our minds, then what are we even doing?
Exactly.
Right.
All right, we're waiting for the results, people. They're coming slowly. They're coming. No Diddy.
Well, I mean, they're going to it would be concerning and very dishonest if they were all like, okay, well, we're done. Although historically, usually at the end of election night, you knew who was going to be the president. But I think that part of the reason why that doesn't happen as much anymore is because they have so many different...
In 1943, it was...
They have so many different methods by which ballots can be cast now. Like, it's no longer you go to the polling place, you punch your polling card, and you call it a day. Like, we've got early voting, we've got absentee voting, we've got mail-in voting, we've got electronic voting. So, the thing that takes the longest is actually putting all of those data sources together, validating them, verifying them, and then communicating them.
Somebody wrote in the chat for the election video, they wrote "eat dogs."
What?
I don't know. That's what they wrote. Eat dogs.
Where did they write that? I don't see that. Is that in our video?
It's in the election comment section.
Oh, like the one that you're showing on the screen?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was like, who said that? I don't see it.
All right.
Yeah, Blank Man. So Blank Man is saying that the last election he fell asleep and Trump was up, and then he woke up and Biden won.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing that happened with me. I was like, oh, he's winning. And I remember the Young Turks were like, blah, blah, blah. We need to play. We shouldn't be playing fair. And then out of nowhere, Biden won.
Yeah, Blank Man, we're also staying up. That's why we're doing the stream. Because I was like, hold the biscuit. What is going on? What in the shenanigans is occurring here?
Yes.
Ridiculousness. Oh, God, Gillibrand won. She's trash.
So what do you not like about her?
I don't like that she only represents the ultra progressive left of the city. That she has absolutely
Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's not surprising at all.
Do you feel the burn? Most of his supporters feel the burn, if you know what I mean. Full Diddy.
It does look like there are a lot of Republicans taking the Senate races. Which, you know, if they're not rhinos, isn't a bad thing. Oh, wow. North Dakota.
74. Damn, that was a huge...
That was a
won by a
shutout.
huge margin.
Yeah. But if you see, it says in 69, like that's how many, what percentage of the votes are in when they're making
Yeah,
this.
Trump's far ahead, it looks like, for now.
Yeah. But there's only 35% of the vote in on a lot of the states that are being called one way or the other. So it's like sub 40%.
Delaware. Is that a big blue state?
Yeah. Delaware tends to be... Well, Delaware is a tricky one, but I think it trends blue often. Look at how tight that is. 0.3%. 1,700 votes is the difference. So when people come out here and are like, I don't vote because it doesn't matter, it's shut the fuck up. Yes, it does. You flaming idiot. People who elect not to vote should not get an opinion, I think. Like, I don't want to hear one solitary syllable about whether you're happy or unhappy with the legislation because you have opted not to participate. So you get what you get.
All right, Blank Man says that if Kamala wins, we're going to be eating dogs and cats. He says they are eating dogs, they are eating the cats. What do you mean by they? What do you mean by they?
Hey, Dark. So you're over in California, huh?
What do you mean by you people?
Listen, we're in New York. New York is blue. Well, New York City's blue. Where we are is red. But it always matters because sometimes it is down to 1,000 votes, 1,700 votes. And as policies change, like, this is also why it's really important to get out and have conversations with human beings as a human being, you know? Like, all of this propagandizing that people do on social media and the polarizing, that's so unproductive. Go out like a human being and speak to other people like a human being, find common ground, find a way to relate to them, and then have a real and meaningful conversation. Like, memes aren't accomplishing shit. Like, come on.
Are these all leftist states? Tennessee? Oh, definitely. Trump got that one, huh?
Well, again, but you have to look. It's what percentage
Texas.
in. So, you know, Vermont has 74% of the vote in. So it's plausible, right?
But it says it's called. It says race called.
That's a presumptive.
What?
If
so
you
why are they saying that then?
As of right now, with the amount of votes that they... Like, look, only 9% of the vote is in.
That looks like Bill Nye, the science guy.
You know?
That lady, that looks like Rosie Perez on the left.
Yeah. She's beige and fucking Democrat. Of course she is.
I remember one of these rappers was like praising Rosie Perez for her great looks. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? What the are you talking about? She ain't good. She's, I don't know. I mean, these guys, they got low standards, man.
So Blank Man's in Jersey. We lived in Jersey for a while.
Bob is from Jersey.
Bob is from Jersey.
Bob is from Jersey.
The cat is out of the bag, but not into a
Bob
Haitian belly,
is a
hopefully.
Jersey girl.
Dark. Yeah, I mean, listen, I work in medicine. I did not get the hot shot. Let's talk about an uncomfortable 3 years.
Don't tell people that, man.
They don't know anything. They don't know nothing about nothing. I'm a cucumber sandwich.
You can't say that. You can't say that, bruh.
I can say whatever I want because
You
I live
can't
in the
let
United
people know
States
that.
and I have the freedom of speech. Boop boop be doop. Oh my god, that's like the same lady twice.
Disgusting.
It's like pre and post Ozempic.
Beta! I can't believe that Bernie Sanders. Who the hell elects that guy to anything? What does he do? Nothing.
Says, I would like to again ask you for donations.
I would once again. I'll want you to send me as many donations as possible because I pretended that you should have lots and lots of free things.
But like, look at this though. I mean, in larger states where the margin is wider, but I've seen several states where it's coming down to like 1,000 votes, 1,700 votes. Like, that's one town. That's one like smaller suburban area. Like,
Dark says that his girl left. She had a job working in a hospital and she left because of the jab. This is like I said. This is why I don't trust
She's
Trump.
Smart.
Because he didn't offer any protections. He basically helped the drug companies, but which is kind of sad that he's, I guess, one of the best options, which is really effing sad. It really is.
I'm
sad.
from North Jersey originally. But I went to school in South Jersey.
She's a Jersey lady.
I've been upgraded from girl.
She's a Jersey girl. It doesn't matter. All right.
You should always
That really
vote.
sucks. We have a friend who her husband had to be forced to take that thing in order to keep his job, and he told us about how he felt after he took it. What did he say? He says he tasted a bunch of metallic stuff. He tasted
metal.
Says he tasted metal in his mouth immediately.
But mRNA is an elegant platform, but it's not ready yet because we don't understand how it works fully. We don't know how to turn it off.
Because the thing they were giving it to people for was something that had like a very low death rate.
Mm-hmm. I was part of calls with the head of infectious disease at Johns Hopkins every week for the duration of the Great Panini, and hearing what scientists, like clinical researchers in that position, were saying about the Panini versus what was being said on the mainstream media.
They got no numbers over here. What the hell?
And what was being said at
North Dakota, Trump is
doctors'
way ahead.
offices and things like that. It was like two 52. Completely different conversations. Willie P. I know about William Patterson.
Who?
It's a college near things. I cannot disclose too much information, blank man.
Yeah, don't give away all your information. We trust Blank Man. He's a superhero. He wears pajamas when he kills the criminals. I don't think Blank Man killed anyone in the movies.
I didn't know Blank Man was an actual thing.
Can you please be careful, Bob?
Bob
is currently dropping things all over the place.
I
exist
this. To create chaos.
He's dropping stuff everywhere.
How do you know I identify as a she? Maybe I identify as a cucumber. Affirm me in my cucumberness.
What are you trying to say?
That I'm a cucumber.
You're a cucumber? You trying to say you got a dick?
What? Wouldn't you know?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Too much information there, bro.
Too much information, bro.
Sorry, I'm cursed. Sorry, I cursed.
Bro,
you're trying to say you got a... All right, so we got Trump, 31%. This shit is going in circles. We're gonna look up some other information, see what else is going on.
This is the live updates of the hypotheses.
We're watching some live mother effing updates over here. We just watched a anti-communist cartoon.
Here, look at that. In Delaware, the difference is 70,000 votes. The difference between a Republican and a Democrat was 70,000 votes. This is why you have to go out and talk to human beings. Like, right here. This is why. Because when we all sit in our houses and we talk a whole bunch of bullshit on social media and we post memes and we don't speak to each other and then we post, like, semi-aggressive yard signs, this is what happens. Sorry, Foo.
What do you mean? Why are you sorry?
Because you were talking and I had a conniption.
It's okay. It's all right. We're just watching this shit. You're watching the election coverage, people. Obviously. Election 2024. We actually saw this guy the other day, right, Bob? The guy on the screen, that senator.
We did.
He was pretty nice. He shook my hand. He was an all right guy, I guess.
Before and after Ozempic over here.
My hand started itching. I think he had a disease.
Oh goodness.
All right, there's whatever his name is. I don't trust these people. They look evil, especially Bernie Sanders. He looks like that guy from SNL, the one that was with Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Pete Davidson.
Yeah, that dude is disgusting. Disgusting. Wow, what do women see in that dude? Is he attractive?
I don't think so.
He seems like he looks like this to me.
Matt Damon.
I mean, he's definitely a beta. He definitely is a beta. That's for damn sure. He probably would sing like this.
I saw a meme the other day that said gaining an extra hour of 2024 is like getting a bonus track on a Yoko Ono album.
Do you think that's why Lennon stayed with her? She made him feel like a real man, didn't she?
Dark, yes, that is Yoko Ono.
She she was competing for the world's greatest faking it competition.
I thought she was trying to be a goat, but you know.
You know, someone watched that and got a... Right, Bob?
I mean, probably.
John Lennon saw us watching that video and he got a... He just couldn't get enough of that Yoko Ono. Remember she was selling his glasses, his freaking bloody glasses?
The glasses that he got killed in.
She had the fucking blood on the glasses for like decades. She never cleaned the glasses and then she was going to sell them.
I think she did sell them.
I remember she performed with Chubby Checkers. It was John Lennon, and John Lennon was obsessed with not Chubby Checkers. What is that his name? Who's the guy that sang no, Chuck Berry, not Chubby Checkers. Yeah. Chuck Berry, right? And John Lennon loved Chuck Berry. So he goes and they're doing like a live, like they're like jamming, right? And they're on a show. And she starts singing like that. Like what you just saw there, she's singing like that. And they're all like, this dude's like looking at her like, what the fuck, like, why did you bring this thing on stage with us? And she sang like that. But then people, Chuck Berry doesn't deserve much respect. Go look into his history. We're actually going to do an episode of Duping Delight with that dude in it. Johnny, what was this song? Johnny Be Good?
Yeah.
That was his best song. I'll give him some respect for that. But he has a song called, what is it? Something Playing With Your Dingling? The dude's number one song, his biggest hit on the records, was a song called My Dingling. Or like
which
playing
ties
with my
into
dingling. What, Bob?
Which ties into that flavor of the ear song or whatever the hell you were playing last night. Your jingling dingling or whatever.
Dingling.
Yeah, I feel like we're on our way to a Christmas carol. Jingling dingling.
You want to read the lyrics of that song, Bob?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
I got to put this. It's hilarious.
Oh boy, here we go. Off on another excursion. See, like, this is the thing. When Fu and I are just like, the conversations you hear on this show is really just what it's like to be in a room with us, like at any given time. And people who know us in real life will attest to that fact that this is just what we're like all the time. Do with that information what you will.
Yeah, Chuck Berry, man. Chuck Berry, you know, towards the end, because they always build this guy up as like, oh, look, he created rock and roll.
No, Sister Rosetta Tharpe allegedly
Meanwhile, this
created
guy
rock
over
and roll.
here, towards later in his life, he was literally filming people on the toilet and selling their videos. It's very rock and roll. Right, Bob?
It's kind of rock and roll a little bit.
I'm kidding. Kind of freaking pervy, that's what it is. You know that he actually snuck around the country with a 14-year-old girl?
I am not surprised.
Yes, he got all kinds of charges. Yeah, what's funny is that a lot of people they just sweared that was all because of racism. But yet later in his life, they caught this guy literally filming people on the toilet. He owned a restaurant. I think it was a restaurant. He was filming people and then selling the tapes of these people sitting on using the bathroom. Yeah, Johnny be good.
Iceman is saying that his grandfather always played that song.
It's a great song, man. It's a great song. Really effing is. But Johnny, I mean, what is it? Chuck really liked to film people on the toilet and sell the tapes of them. I don't know what they were doing. Shitting? Who the hell's going to buy a video of someone shitting?
I mean, not me.
The guy was definitely a super freak. That's for damn sure.
I feel like there is one dance that you can do to this song and everybody must do that dance.
Me and Bob right now are dancing in the room. No joke about it.
When you say the room, it sounds like we're in like...
So you guys can watch us dance.
You know, it sounds so unprofessional when you say the room. This is our office,
It's our office. We have an office. We set up
We
created an office/studio in our home. All right, I'm going to find the Ding-a-Ling song. Yeah, it's called Ding-a-Ling. 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 The Ding-a-Ling song, everyone. What a genius. This is back in this I think it was the 1950s when they were subverting the country. Bob, you want to read some of the Ding-a-Ling lyrics?
No, I think you should read these.
We gotta read some Ding-a-Ling. Okay, super freak. Okay. All right, so it says, when I was a little bitty boy, my grandmother bought me a cute little toy. Silver bells hanging on a string. She told me it was my ding-a-ling. Oh.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I want to play with my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I want to play with my ding-a-ling. All right, Bob, read the next part. We'll go back and forth.
When Pa started me to grammar school, I found a place in the best of youth. And every time the bell would ring, they would catch me playing with my ding-a-ling-a-ling.
That kid got some fucking problems, man.
My ding-a-ling...
Oh, sorry. That kid's got some problems.
My ding-a-ling, I want to play with my ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, I want to play with my ding-a-ling. Your turn.
All right, so over here, wait. We're going to go on. We're going to read some more of these very deep lyrics from the creator of rock and roll. Iceman says, my dad is an old pervert, too.
Well, that's following on from his comment. My grandfather was a dirty old man. My dad's dad. My mom and aunt said stuff about him.
Wait. Was he a beta?
Was he Diddy status?
Was he really a big old beta?
Diddler.
All right, Bob, you got to read some more.
It's your turn to read. I already read.
Mine? Where'd you end it?
You're reading Once I Was Climbing the Garden Wall.
All right, where's that? All right, once I was climbing the garden wall. Oh, and I had an awful fall. I fell so hard I heard bells ring, but I never let go. I never let go of my ding-a-ling. Damn, man, this guy is hardcore. This dude fell off the freaking wall and he kept playing with his wasn't he, right?
His redacted.
Hardcore. He's like a damn WWE. You imagine that, in the WWF they throw the dudes off the top of the platforms to go through the tables. Imagine someone does that to you while you're playing with your Sorry, it's a little bit dirty. My my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I want to play with my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I want to play with my ding-a-ling. I want to play with my ding-a-ling. All right, you want to read the next part?
This here song, It Ain't So Sad, to those of you who never had silver bells hanging on a string, so you could play with your ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. Oh, wait, I missed a verse.
Did you?
Yeah,
All
I remember
read.
the girl next door. We used to play on the kitchen floor. She would be the queen, I would be the king. Together we played with my ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Oh, man. Together we played with my ding-a-ling. You see that?
You keep leaving off a ling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
All right, wait. Say, read that part again. Bob?
She would be the queen, I would be the king. Together we played with my ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Damn. Is that the end of the song?
No, this here song, It Ain't So Sad, to those of you who never had silver bells hanging on a string so you could play with your ding-a-ling.
This is the legend. Amazing. Amazing. This is their legend over here. This guy literally wrote a song about jacking off.
Well, Iceman, thank your dad for his service. We're just messing around.
What messing around? Chuck Berry was a super degenerate, bro.
About Iceman's dad and grandfather being betas.
Oh, hey, we're just messing around with that. We don't know. We're just messing around.
Yeah, thank you, Blankman. Did you watch the video on Kobe, or did you just see that it exists?
We put shit everywhere. Sorry about that. Okay, let's look at some more of these results. And that is not the results. Give me
No,
one
it's
second.
not. It really is not, my love.
That dude really made a song about playing with dingalings, and he sold that to the American public.
He sure did.
That is some disgusting, that's some degenerate trash. And he was selling that to the public back in the 1950s. We're going to do a whole episode on that guy, along with other subversive artists of the time. I don't know if you would call them artists. They really were in many ways agents. Agents of subversion. They subverted the Christian religion. They subverted the morality of the country. All right, so we got Trump winning over here. He's got some states, people. This ain't even close to done. 45%, Bob. They're just going to keep flashing us, aren't they?
Yep. But see, like, they're saying race called, but only 11% of the votes in.
The prediction is because it's so far ahead, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're just watching some of the stuff, people.
The AP has it at 99 Harris, 198 Trump.
I mean, damn, that he's
because
ahead.
They're saying that Kansas, New Mexico, Montana, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, and oh wow, they're saying PA is leading red now.
Really?
That's different. Yeah, so it looks like several of the key swing states are leading red, according to the Associated Press.
All right, they got some stuff from Fox News. We're going to watch a little bit of this right now. Remember, YouTube, remember, this is fair use, mother effers. This is fair use.
Motherfuckers.
Mother.
Hawaii seems to be leading blue. Yo, if this is right, then, like, Trump might clinch it, like, decisively. Interesting.
I mean, he's supposed to, right? That's his role. Okay, so. One moment, trying to get some audio over here.
To the matter here, the Fox News Decision Desk says it is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call
this
Michigan
is from 9 o'clock,
one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt.
What'd you say, Bob?
The coverage you're showing is from 9 p.m.
I mean, we're just watching a little bit of it anyway. This is because it's trending in that direction. Nothing's no extreme swings, right? It's just consistent, I think, right?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. It's consistently climbing.
Well, if you look, I'm going to show you my phone. That's the current AP map.
Yeah, that's crazy. Almost the whole country is red, it looks like.
Good.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races.
All right, we got a comment here from Blank Man. Bob, you want to read it on the screen?
I watched some, Bob. Oh, I watched some. Cobham has underage dating, rape, police snitching on his own teammates, all but 25, but people pick and choose what to be outraged over. Correct.
It's in our video. It's in our Blank Man. If you watch our Kobe video, it's the name of the show.
Well,
is
he
Duping
watched
Delight.
part of it. That's what he's saying. He's saying I watched some of it.
Yeah, he straight up, he made it out like, oh, well, other guys do that, so why can't I do it? The dude must have been low IQ, but he was just like, he had no shame, so he can just lie all day.
See if you can find a...
He exposed Shaq. He's all you got. He paid all 20 women.
To be honest, though, if Shaq is out there doing dirt, I don't really care if he got exposed. Honestly.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that it isn't bad that he got exposed, but the fact that he's justifying what he did because, oh, well, Shaq did it.
Well, that's the typical, like, and this is something that frustrates me. And actually, during this lead up, well, during the last few months, I actually ended a friendship that I had for a long time because that person was engaging in these types of tactics kind of continuously. It is dishonest and duplicitous to pick and choose disembodied or decontextualized individual snippets of an argument or individual snippets of a human's life. You have to consider the entire thing in situ. So if we look,
I mean, I don't know if our friendship is over. I just think that the person needs to just realize what they did wrong.
Well, until they have some pretty serious come to Jesus moments. Yeah, I'm done.
There's no for me. There's no ill will. I mean, it's just like
I can say the friendship is over without wanting them to die.
Yeah.
Like I didn't say I want them to die. I will not allow them to be in my life. But that is all to say.
Not with the ego, with the super ego.
Many people do is they consider individual instances. They think, oh, well, Kobe Bryant is rich, or Kobe Bryant is a successful ball player, or Kobe Bryant has this aspect of his life that I want for myself, and therefore I can forgive a multitude of his sins. And that is not how you consider the net of somebody's impact on this earth. He can be a talented athlete. He can be wealthy. He can be any number of things. But when we sit in judgment on him as a human, we have to consider the entire human. And as Blank Man said, and as we said in our video the other day, in sum, he was a bad dude. And he did bad things. And he hurt people. Mm-hmm. And he was remorseless.
He really was. He really didn't care much. All he cared about was himself. And I you can kind of get it. I mean, the mother he was trying to get away. I mean, the guy had a huge contract worth millions of dollars. So obviously he wanted to cover that up. But we talked about it in the video. To me, it's pretty obvious that the guy had he was doing that for a little while. That wasn't his first time doing that stuff. But the way he played it out, it's like, oh my God. And you could tell that all it really was him just like, obviously it was all bull. It was all bull. That's really what it was.
Alonzo, I don't know if you're being serious, but basically Trump appears to be in the lead currently. But there are many states that have yet to be called. There are some states that still have the polls open. And what is being tabulated now in this race to 270 is the race to who gets enough electoral college votes. Because we are a representative republic, it's not based on how many actual votes are cast. Each state has been allocated a proportion of electors. In some states, those electors are required to vote in accord with the majority of the state, but not all states. There are some states where an elector can choose to vote differently than what
dude, Harris is getting slaughtered.
California hasn't come in. Some of the big historic blue states have not come in yet.
All right, look. We got Iceman over. He wants alpha men. And not that he wants him. He's not Joe Rogan. He's just he wants more alpha men running the country. That's what he wants, right? He doesn't want a bunch of beta. He doesn't want a bunch of beta running the out of this country. We don't want some guy who sniffs people, who sniffs young children. Some cackling Kamala Harris, who's named after a pro wrestler. One that is kind of racist, right, Bob?
It was a little racist.
Kamala Harris, bro.
It was questionable.
I'm going to show you guys a picture of Kamala from the WWF.
Llama Llama Ding Dong.
And you're going to understand that Kamala Harris is obviously a piece of...
Well, if we think about this, Blank Man, yeah, we talked about the fact that it was deeply suspicious in our video because, like, there were just too many things that were sketchy, and then a lot of the witnesses on the ground that were doing the majority of the interviews were also very bizarre. Like, none of it made any sense. And while Kobe was a profound narcissist who prioritized his own desires and wants over quite literally every other living human on the planet, this just is very fishy. It's very, very fishy. And it's possible that because he was such a fucking snitch and he was so fundamentally untrustworthy that he got into some dirt and some people wanted to make sure he didn't snitch on them.
Possibly. Might have been the same. I mean, I think when Michael Jackson, they ended it because he was worth so much money and he just kept... Dude was taking his reputation and put it into the shit can.
Iceman, California has 54 electoral votes. And Alonzo, we don't know. So...
Just for people who don't know, that is Kamala. That is Kamala from the WWF. It's Kamala, the wrestler. His last name was actually Harris. So that's
in
Kamala
real life,
Harris,
like
bro.
not his stage
in real
name.
life. In real life, that's Kamala Harris.
So Alonzo, in the context of how many more hours until the official decision, there should be a presumptive decision by midnight, 12:30 or so, maybe like 1 a.m. But it is a presumptive decision until the states are certified and states can request a recount. So we should know more or less by like before tomorrow, but there is always the potential for this to be everybody is in their pajamas. We're all having a slumber party together.
That's what we're doing, people. We're waiting.
We're in our gym jams.
We're gonna go watch and see what some other people, definitely not as good as us, influencers, what they're doing. All right, Bob, what do you think?
What do I think about what?
What do you think about the election so far?
I think that it's trending in the direction that I expected it to be quite honest. You can't have the shit show that we've been having for the last 4 years and not think that there's going to be a response. What I am intrigued to see is if there's any sort of chicanery in these battleground states. Because looking at what the AP is saying, because the Associated Press has a continuously updated electoral map, and they get their information from the Newswire, which is just unfiltered, just pure information. So it is somewhat impartial. It's looking very strongly for Trump right now, but there are some big blue states that have not come in yet that we can assume will reliably remain blue, like California, right? California has 54 votes. Yes. So even though Trump is significantly ahead, it only takes like California and Pennsylvania, and that's, you know, that's 73 votes to Kamala. So if she's at 113 and he's at like 200, she's now like almost right back neck and neck. So it will come down to the battleground states, as it always does. And it'll be interesting to see who takes the cake.
All right, so right now we have, while we're waiting for the results to keep coming in.
We have some music, it's just very quiet.
All right, well, that's fine. While we're waiting for the results to just keep on coming, no Diddy, We have a message from Andrew Tate, the only message
Oh, Lord.
he's ever had of any value. Let's
That
hear this.
fucking jabroni.
I mean, Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking. Megan Fox or Hulk Hogan? So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just click the girl, the number one. You're gonna fuck Hulk Hogan?
You're exactly right, Mean Gene.
Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy.
Called you a liar.
It's pretty gay to me.
Seen this thing coming, man.
Sounds pretty gay. I don't care if it's a pussy. That is gay.
Couldn't handle the load. He couldn't handle the pressure. But what really tore us apart?
I say a 1 and a 10.
All right, Bob. So what
That
do you
guy's
think?
such
of
a
that?
piece of shit, man.
That wasn't. He has another one that's
completely
funny.
fucking
He did
worthless.
it. He did this more than once. It's pretty cheesy, isn't it?
Talk about somebody who could be quite literally wiped from existence and have absolutely no negative impact. That's one of them. That guy right there, if Andrew Tate was literally stricken from existence, nothing bad would
he's
happen
fake.
to anyone.
The thing with him is that he's really fake. I like to watch him get knocked out because I know he's like so fake. The douchebag. I'm saying.
Yeah. I do sometimes think it would be like tremendously delightful if we as like a group could just vote on one person to be like cannonballed out into the middle of the ocean. And like if they survive, cool. But if they don't, like no one cares. Like there is no help. It like save a shark.
Look at
The
Trump.
the Save a Shark
205.
program.
205. He's doing pretty good, isn't he?
I mean, it was kind of a softball, dude. Like, look at the state of the fucking country. And what I find really fascinating is the people who are saying to go out and vote for Kalama Lama Ding Dong are saying, like, I don't like her. I'm voting for her because she's not him. Like, what?
He said.
What?
He said, "How did I ruin your night?"
Because you played that, dildo. That life support system for a penis.
What, you calling that guy? Is that what
He's
you're
a
saying?
ding-a-ling-a-ling.
You know that's pretty offensive that you would call him a.
Andrew Tate is a life support system for a penis. That's it. That's all he is.
Dude, he's so fake. It's not even funny. The dude scammed men. That's all he did. Is he scammed men, and now he pretends he wants to help them. He basically runs a scam. Hustler University. It's a freaking scam. One time I went on Instagram and I basically exposed him. I had people harassing me for weeks. Just random men just harassing me.
And that's always so weird when dudes like come out super hard for another dude that they don't even know. I'm like, it's a little gay. It's a little homosexuals, if you ask me. Nobody does ask me, but I will make my opinion known. Yeah, Iceman 65 more. We shall see. But again, Trumpelstiltskin has had some real questionable views lately, and he had some real questionable views when he was in office last time. So, I like his positions better than hers, and I have hope that he will perform at least at a very basic level in the way that his voters want him to perform. But I'm also a little concerned that he's going to go real balls to the wall for crypto and electric vehicles.
He's ballsy. Just kidding.
He's got some real curious ideas about things, and he's not terribly consistent and coherent about those things, which I think he's just doing to try to appease the more centrist members of the party. And, I don't see cryptocurrency and digital currency or electric infrastructure being the boon and safeguard that some people think they are.
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. He came out of nowhere. He's like, we're going to be the crypto capital of the world. He's like, that's the way to freedom. And all the people in the comments were like, what? That's like the complete opposite of freedom. You're going to have a completely trackable currency. You know what that means? That's just like China. They can just go and turn it off. China.
Somebody made a supercut of him saying China. Like, didn't they make it into a song at some point? That was kind of funny.
Yeah, they did. They do it all the time. He's very memeable.
I don't know if it means that I'm black-pilled, but I just find most of this to be very funny. Like, it's all funny.
Wait, who said you're black-pilled?
I'm questioning my own, status.
People have told me that before. They said you're black-pilled.
I feel like I've gone beyond the black pill and I've gone back around to like the happy pill or whatever the antithesis, because I accept that I'm gonna die one day, so like nothing else really matters. Like,
well, that's messed up. None of us will ever die. That just doesn't happen.
I'm not getting out of this alive. Might as well make it interesting.
Bro, we're just way too awesome for that kind of thing. We're gonna live forever, man. For effing forever.
I quite literally have Memento Mori tattooed to my neck.
Yeah. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
This channel was at It's KO. People, remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. If you're just joining us for the first time, subscribe, people. You are watching live election coverage on the Real Food TV.
Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels.
What the fuck is this piece?
Are the yin yang version, the yin yang Wish.com version of Tommy Sotomayor, who is the Wish.com version of what's his face, Jesse Peterson.
Jesse Peterson is a national treasure. It really
Dark,
is.
I do too, but like immensely memeable. She's funny.
Boom, Cardi
She's
B.
funny looking. She's funny sounding. I mean, she is absolutely a renaissance woman of humor.
Bob,
unintentional humor.
Bob, just say it. Is she a piece of... Say it so I can bleep it.
She's a piece of pumpkin pie.
No.
Look what I did there.
She could go suck up and then go throw herself down a... You know that Lady Gaga the other day was at a Harris rally singing?
Was she?
Yes.
That is surprising to nobody.
It is. It isn't very surprising, is it? All right, Trump's still winning, people. I'm gonna go find some...
the AP map has Harris taking Arizona and New Mexico now, which were previously leading red. So
that's weird.
I mean, it's not weird. Like, the results are coming in. They have also got Virginia swinging back blue, where it was previously red. So the AP map has Trump 198, Harris 112.
Yes.
So, this is going to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
All right, so we're going to watch a little bit of some stuff some other people got to say. This is fair use. YouTube, leave me the F alone. Leave me the alone. All right, so we're going to go watch just a tiny bit of some people that aren't as talented as us. That's for damn sure.
Maybe it's not better for America. It's going to be better for me working on the factory line. Maybe it's not better for the mom or dad who needs to drive this car. We want to make sure that we maintain safety standards, or, I don't know, some kind of quality control like our competitor. No, we want to protect our business. We want to protect our union. And so it just takes enough of a selfish motivation. That's why you've not heard me say, hey, what have they done for you? You hear this? The two things that bother me most, and you see on the right, sorry, I'm getting in my soapbox here, is you'll hear people on the right say, hey, what have the Democrats done for you? Guess what? It doesn't matter, because the Democrats have done a lot for the 47% of Americans who don't pay any income taxes. That's not a reason to vote for them, because it's wrong. You won't hear me say that. You know what else you won't hear me say? Let's get ready, because Polymarket might have us on a YouTube ban, might go up to over 50%. You'll never hear me say that political violence is never the answer. You will hear me realistically say that, hey, you know what? It's very, very rarely the answer. It certainly shouldn't be the most readily available answer. You'll never hear me say political violence is never the answer. You know why? Because you live in the greatest country on earth ever because of fucking political violence, dummy.
Correct.
If I were to say political...
Oh my God, he cursed.
Violence is never the answer, I'd be a leftist. Because how about you take the hard road and educate people as to why it's wrong and why long-term it hurts everybody? Really easy. You say, what have they done for you? Guess what? Next election cycle, If they see everyone's doing better, and this is also why, my God, when you hear people talk about the income, when you hear people talk about the wealth gap, yeah, biggest wealth transfer we've seen in our lives. I don't know if you know it, COVID, trillions of dollars given to just a handful of billionaires.
Yep.
But the wealth
he
gap
is really aging quickly, isn't he, Bob?
Is the problem.
Yeah.
He's aged a lot over the last few years.
He's had kind of a hard go of things as far as I understand it. I don't particularly like him, but
his face has changed. I actually used to really like Steven Crowder, but I noticed he just seemed kind of fake. After that whole thing with the Daily Wire, I just seemed like, and then the convenient footage with his wife.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just to me, it looks staged to me. It looks staged.
But I also think that, honestly speaking, what he does or does not do to his wife is irrelevant. I don't really care.
Yeah, and then his stance on Israel, he's constantly throwing these Muslims.
Israel.
He's throwing these Muslims under the bus, and come on, bro, they're killing a bunch of kids, man. How could you be okay with that?
My position on Israel is thus, and it's the same position as Ukraine.
It's crazy.
If a country cannot stand on its own without relying on pretty much 90% support from a different country, it doesn't deserve to be a country. I don't like Hamas. I don't like
Israel created
any of those.
Hamas.
I know that,
they
right?
Created them.
But that's the big bugaboo right now. I don't particularly like Putin. But at the end of the day, if the only reason the Ukraine or Israel continue to exist is because we are funneling hundreds of billions of dollars to them instead of to our own citizens, then they don't deserve to exist.
Even that thing in Iran, and the Iran throwing, shooting all those rockets, all that did was give billions of dollars to Israel, didn't it? Am I wrong?
What?
That the rockets they shot, and Iran shot at Israel.
Yeah.
That was just to basically give Israel more funding.
Yep.
Because they knew for a fact that those rockets were not going to do anything.
They specifically aimed for non-civilian areas.
Yeah, and
like they aimed at like desert.
And they knew what was going to happen. They literally launched a bunch of rockets to basically give Israel more funding.
And they told Israel what they were going to do and where they were going to do it. So, again, it was a show of force. It was not It was not
it's
an
BS.
attack.
It was all bullshit. It's
political theater to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars that are coming out of our mouths, that are coming out of our infrastructure, that are coming out of our own defense. It's absolute lunacy.
It was bullshit. Oh, sorry. It was bull.
And I don't care what religion you are. I don't care whether or not you believe that Israel is or is not the chosen whatever. The people that are currently there, the current administration, what they are currently doing is indefensible and profane.
Exactly.
Period.
It's indefensible. They're literally killing children, and they've been doing it for a long time. All right, let's listen to a little bit more of Steven Crowder, who's the age, man. Soon on Rumble.com, we're going to have our own news show, people. It's called Clown World News. Get yourselves a double shot of Wake Up with Clown World News. It's coming soon to Rumble.com.
I believe that we... Oh, you know what? Oh, do you have an update?
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any. I was just going to do more horseshit.
Okay.
I love horseshit.
A lot of our audience loves that as well. And by the way, we have about 30 minutes until Alex Jones, just giving everybody a little heads up there. It's going to be interesting, given some time here. So I just want to go to a couple of things.
Is it hot in here or is it because I was flustered?
I think it was because
you have
Dr. Wang.
I voted red every presidential election, but this year I did go for Kamala. Honestly, I simped for her, and I'm not proud of it. My friend is a white guy for Kamala voter, and he talked me into it. They're honestly speaking.
Wait! You simped for Kamala? What are you? Beta? Are you?
Honestly, the polemics of the left, particularly the radical left, they can be convincing, right? Like they come at you like your wife is gonna die. Your daughters are gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. You're an immigrant.
Look at this. If you don't go and vote for Kamala, your daughter won't even be able to stick a vacuum up her hoo-ha.
Yeah.
Beta! Her hoo-ha!
To be quite honest, though, like, at a certain point, whomever you voted for, like, it is what it is, man. Like, we all have to live in this country together. So you did what you did. I hope you voted with your conscience.
Yes.
Maybe you're trolling. I don't know.
I mean, he might be. I mean, look, his name is Dr. Wang.
But that could also be his name.
Are you kidding? Dr. Wang? That sounds like a song that Chuck Berry would write. Dr. Wang. He's playing with his ding-a-ling. But does he have a great ass? That's the real question. No, did he? Bob?
Yeah. I mean, look, we all have to live in this country together. So whomever you voted for, I hope that you can come out of it tomorrow.
Yes, Wang. We don't hate you, Wang. We don't.
No.
We're okay. People vote differently.
We have friends who are good friends of ours who voted for Kamala.
We just hope that your vote loses.
Yes.
That it turns out to be in vain.
We have a clip.
Come on.
Because I feel like we haven't enough clips tonight.
No. I don't think it's that. I'm just seeing like where it is.
You just answered without thinking?
No. I thought
now you got me
about
giving him crap.
Yeah. Will you let me do the thinking?
Okay, go ahead.
Gerald, I apologize. Steven's out of his mind tonight.
Thank you very much.
It's a Zofran.
So what was it? Decision Desk? I think they retracted their Virginia call, if that's correct, guys. Not Decision Desk did not retract. Somebody said it happened, and did you take it out of their fund? Whatever. They said that a minute ago. How about this? Andrew Bailey, they're texting like, oh gosh, no, we didn't say that.
Great, because this is going really well.
The Andrew Bailey was reelected as the AG in Missouri.
Nice.
The guy that's been on the show that's done a lot of work trying to fight Section 230.
Here's the
do we have him on the show?
All right, so we got Steven Crowder and his stooges talking a bunch of trash. We're going to go and look around the web a little bit more while we're going through this. Bob.
Yeah?
How you feeling about this election so far? You think
I'm curious.
You think it's trending in the direction that we are happy with?
It's currently trending in a direction I'm happy with, but...
What, are you a Trumper? What the hell? Do you even have a Trump hat? Do you?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I don't believe in that.
Yeah, I know.
In point of fact, I made a yard sign that said, vote for the greatest evil, Cthulhu, for president.
Hey, people, just so you know, the Conservative Party existed before Trump. Far, far, far before Trump. They like to, now label people as Trumpers. The Conservative Party was around before Trump. And actually, Trump, for most of his life, was a leftist. He's been a Democrat for most of his life. So now he becomes number one conservative? How does that happen?
I'm just kind of entertained by the level of meltdown that I'm seeing from folks who are real far lefties that I know, and they're just losing their mind.
Why don't you send me some of it, Bob, so we can put it up on the screen?
Because we know them in real life, and we're not doing that.
I won't put their names in. No names. I'll just cut out the stuff so you guys can see it. Trump's ahead right now.
But,
Trump is a winner.
I thought Rogan endorsed Trump.
Did he? He said he doesn't like Trump. He would endorse Kamala Harris. I mean, I think the vote that Rogan would definitely love would be a vote for Jason Momoa. He has a big obsession with Jason Momoa. That's his.
According to CNN 15 hours ago, Joe Rogan endorsed Trump on the eve of the election.
Yeah, of course. It's BS. That dude's fake. There's no reason to even pay attention to anything that he says or whatever his vote is. Dude, most of the country hates Kamala Harris. They don't like Kamala, and they didn't like Joe Biden. They never did. They never liked him. Most people never liked Joe Biden. This is why you're seeing this. This is why you're seeing most of the votes going to Trump. Look at that, Bob. Almost the whole country's red.
Yeah, but the thing is, in many ways, that doesn't matter because states like California have 54 votes.
Maybe they'll swing it around at the end, right? And then they'll say, well, look, everyone loves Kamala.
Honestly, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Steven Crowder, Andrew, they're all kind of in the same bucket for me.
Elon Musk is a complete fraud. Elon Musk literally wants to replace human labor with machines. That's not even a joke. He's got loads of money invested in artificial intelligence, in AI and robotics. So obviously they go hand in hand, right? You need the AI to power the robotics. So he has money, loads of money invested in literal robots that are going to be taking the jobs of human beings. So he ain't a guy that you really should trust. Also, this dude is, sorry, I cursed. This guy, he's wait. He's over here going to a Trump rally saying that he's goth. He's like, I'll make America great and I'm goth. It's like, bro, you're over 50 years old. You're acting like a 14-year-old cornball in high school, okay? You want to let everybody know you're goth? What the hell's wrong with you? You piece of... He's goth. What does he listen to, Bob? My Chemical Romance?
Probably. So there's a website called 270towin.com, which seems to be... it's an election forecast group. They seem to be pretty accurate. Their current prediction is 246 Republican, 226 Democrat, with 66 in swing in terms of electoral college votes. The swing states in this context are Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
That's crazy.
Isn't it, though? 66 states. And they're not terribly populated states. So if we think about Vegas, Nevada, it's going to be Vegas. If we think about Pennsylvania, it's going to be like Philly and Pittsburgh. If we think about Georgia, it's going to be Atlanta. So it depends. It depends on which way the wind blows.
All right, this is heating up, people. This is heating up right now. Is it, Bob? Is it heating up?
I mean, it is, right? Because it always comes down to these smaller states. But when you think about the cities that are ultimately going to determine the election, it's cities like Vegas and Philly and Atlanta. And I don't really know that I want Atlanta speaking for me, personally.
All right, as Blank Man says, 1 to 4 a.m. last presidential election, things really flipped from Trump to Biden. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens. It did flip the last time, didn't it, Bob? It's just things are heating up. I feel like they should have a fist fight. That would be funny. To settle this, right, Bob?
That would be really funny.
You imagine that? That would be pretty funny, yeah. Kamala, she gets, like, elbowed right... Well, maybe some elbows allowed, too. Like, Trump just elbows her right in the mouth.
Is this even on? Like,
Whoa.
Is that even on, that image of... that you had up,
Let's
the
see.
race to 270? Where it said,
I think it is. I think it was. All right, look. We got over here. Look. That's live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but can you make that live again? That one?
This one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
and
from
just
Fox.
see if there's any changes.
This is from Fox News. Gonna push it ahead. It says 117 to
211.
11 for Trump. So Trump has been ahead this whole time.
Yeah. But, Vegas, California, Pennsylvania, like Philly, Atlanta, they have not come in yet.
We're gonna see what the young turds have to say.
Oh Lord, we have to see Chenk's hideous, sweaty, fat face.
I was actually gonna write the young turds. that's what I call them.
You know what's fucked up? It would probably still
It would pop
show.
up still the same because people see them as the young turds.
They're calling it the final election. Fucking idiocy.
Indeed.
It might be.
It's a deep red state
No,
now.
it won't.
Who knows?
Come on.
It is.
I mean, of this country.
Don't give in to the fear mongering.
Well, I will say that.
Why does this keep lowering itself?
We did much
You see this, Bob?
presence
I'm
at
not
all.
pressing anything. It's lowering itself.
Because you know what?
We have essentially written off this state.
It's a
and
known thing that their opinions are
maybe
wrong
that's
and don't
for
matter.
the better at this point because we've had an influx of 1 million Republicans into the state of Florida since the 2020 election. It has moved so far to the right. And that's why I never thought really this election that Georgia was going to be in play. I did not think that we would see a repeat of a Democrat winning the state of Georgia. The South is the South. I have lived here my whole life. I see this every day, so it drives me crazy to a degree when I see all these people, like, we're in our studios in New York. Have you ever been to Georgia? Have you ever driven through Alabama? Have you been to Florida recently, not just the Disney area? Like, actually come through and visit these areas, and you'll get a better understanding and understand more to a degree why it does drive us crazy, the few liberals that live down here, when we read these pieces like, oh, it could totally turn blue. No, you don't invest the money, you don't invest the time, and a lot of the folks down here are not even listening if you do. So it is a much different world down here for those who actually down here and see it themselves.
Was there a sense, Farron, that they were tail onto Amendment 4 and not have to spend the money there, the Democrats?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There was a huge Amendment 4 push, and I think that's where they put most of their efforts into that. And, DeSantis changed the rules a couple years ago, so you got to have the 60%, which, of course, we did not hit. So even though we've got this, pretty big majority.
All right, so the Young Turds, a page on YouTube where people, they can never have people with a difference of opinion on there. Everyone is a leftist. What, Bob, what's up with the media that you never have like an actual even kind of discussion or anything? Like, look, you watch Steven Crowder, it's all right wing, right? You watch CNN, it's all left wing. Why can't they have like a mix, right? And this is what they do. They're constantly dividing everybody. You notice that, Bob? Like Young Turds, it's all leftist, all leftism.
This is exactly what happened in the Civil War, right? There was the propagandizing by the media, which whipped everyone into a frenzy. The Civil War could have probably been completely avoided if that wing of media had not been in effect. There's a really interesting book called, it's like Demons of War or something. I forget the name of it, but I'll find it and put it in the chat or something. Or have Fu put it in the chat. And it talks about the effect of the media on the political process at the time. And we see that here again. It's not the rhetoric from the actual candidates. It's the rhetoric from the Young Turks and CNN and Fox and all these pundits, stoking these fires and stoking these hypotheses and aspirations of violence and division. And that's why I think, honestly speaking, like, turn off the fucking TV, go outside and touch grass.
But I just find it interesting that that they have these shows, but they're all geared towards one demographic. You would think that what would be, it would be great to have a debate and to have people discussing the policies, or, that would be interesting, right?
It would be.
Like for example, Bob, what do you think about what is it called? Prop 1? Am I wrong?
I think it was called Proposition 1.
Yeah, Proposition 1.
But that's only for New York. That's on the New York ballot.
That's only in New York? I thought that was the whole country.
Yeah, other countries. People in other states might not know what that is.
Oh. Well, that was a big issue from what I heard. A lot of people were against it. A lot of people are for it. They're really pushing it on the ballots, I noticed. It's on all of them.
Well, of course, because the ballots are the same for the state.
Yes, but why isn't there anything else on there? Like, you look at the back of the ballot, and that's the only thing that's in the back.
Because that's the only proposition that is being put forth right now. That would be an amendment to the state constitution.
That's insane, isn't it?
No, not really. I mean, when you amend a state constitution, that's like a pretty significant thing. So it would be really bizarre if there was like 15 of them.
What's bizarre to me is the fact that it's just like such a useless thing, and they're pushing it so like hardcore. Am I wrong?
I mean, they're pushing it because it is potentially changing the constitution of the state.
Okay, so they already have abortion in New York. So what is it that they're changing?
So this would be a codified protection from discrimination based on country of origin, gender identity, sexuality. So it's an expansion of the protections already codified, right? It is expanding the category of protected people and classes.
Okay, so that's what they're doing, but it's not like, but it doesn't even make any sense, because look, so one of the things they're putting out there is they're trying to get like where, like basically like men can play with girls, Not in a Diddy way, like on sports teams. Like they can have competitions versus girls. That's one of the things they're trying to protect. So why would you want that? Why would that be a big issue?
Well, you would want that if you believe that a person can transition into a different gender. So if you are aligned with that philosophy, then you truly believe that, Jim Bob down the road with his like wizard beard, beer gut, and, camo is actually Jane, and she should be able to play volleyball with girls and change with girls because she is a girl.
But the big problem with it is that it allows men to basically dominate women's sports. You're gonna have boys going against girls. There's a reason why they separated the two, for the most part. And that's not to say that all men are more powerful than all women. There are some big women, strong women out there, but for the most part, on average, men are going to dominate them in these sports. You're gonna have young girls going against some fucking dude with give me one moment. Some dude with like long hair, and you're gonna wrestle with him. How is this respecting women? It doesn't make sense.
No.
That's one of the things that was on the ballot. We looked at the back, and that's where it was all big lettering, and they used some funny wordage, but we know what it is, and what it's gonna do is it's gonna cause a lot of resentment and a lot of anger. There's already women that are angry. Bob.
Yeah.
Who's that boxer? The one that they said is a woman?
Imani Khalif.
You know that they just came out and said that's a man.
Yeah, you were telling me earlier today that
it just came out yesterday.
It has a mock penis.
It
has a micro penis.
No, not a micro penis. He had internal testes.
But there was also a runner who had that.
I know exactly what the black one.
Mm-hmm.
That supposed woman had children, got a woman pregnant.
Yep.
You know that? Got a woman pregnant, but it's a woman.
Well, I don't think it was got a woman pregnant in the traditional sense. I think that they extracted genetic material.
Because the person got a genetic defect, but it's a man, and it was able to have a child.
Right, but I
woman.
think specificity is important. So when you say got a woman pregnant,
yes,
it sounds like they went behind closed doors.
I mean, look, that's not what happened. I'm saying is that
it was still a medical experiment.
What I'm saying it is a man. It's not an experiment. It's just them extracting the sperm from the man and then putting it in a woman. So yeah, that's a big one they're pushing is prop. What is it called again?
Proposition 1.
Proposition 1.
But every state has their own. Like you can look up the sample ballots for the different states that show what the issues are on the ballot for that state, and I'm sure that there's quite a number of them that feature similar propositions to that one, because this is something that is currently being discussed in much greater depth for a variety of reasons. So I'm sure states are working to try to figure out how to codify, or if they should codify protections at the, state level.
Yeah. I feel like that's such a red herring. Like I've been saying that forever. That is such a red herring, this whole tranny stuff. Like, look, people shouldn't be harassed. They shouldn't be beat on. My only issue is that they push this stuff on kids. That's my only problem with this. They push it on kids. Look, if you're a dude or a lady that wants to dress up in like a dude or like a lady, then that's whatever the hell you do. But don't come in here and try to say you want to play on women's sports. Obviously, what would be fair is if they put you on a team with people who are also taking the weird hormones and all that. That would be it. It's not you going against women. So this is really just something they're using to kind of like muddy the waters. I feel like to kind of like lead people astray, so then they don't look at the actual real issues. What do you think about that, Bob?
I think you're correct but it's all part of that,
Yes.
Why was that blank, man, you don't like what we're saying? You don't want to do FUTV pump your fist anymore?
Wait, he hates us?
I guess so. But I agree. I think it's a distraction. But it's
a free country, people. Blank man, it's a free country. People let people do whatever the fuck they want, just as long as they're not hurting someone else. You know, if you want to go and chop your fucking if you want to go and chop your fingers off or your dick off, people have been doing that for a while, and I don't think it's right. I don't think a doctor should be allowed at all to start mutilating these people, even adults. It shouldn't be. It's not right. But if you guys want to go and do this crap, go ahead and do it, but don't start pushing it on kids. Don't start pushing yourself into ladies' sports, which is, I think, disgusting. That you should never be able to do that. They've separated the sexes for a reason. And you know, and really, at the end of the day, it's really not an issue that we really should care about. Like for us, you know, for people, those people who have these problems, just make it fair, right, Bob? It's about fairness. When it comes to the sports, make it fair. When you put these dudes on these teams, this is not fair. There's all kinds of issues with that, but I think in the end, that's really just a red herring, just to cover up all the real issues in this country. And this is what they always do, right, Bob? They're always kind of like bringing up some new stupid issue, and it never. We always got all the real issues just still hanging there. They're always on the back burner.
But this is not unique to this country, right? If we go back to Rome, we often get compared to Rome as an empire, as a country, as a civilization, right? What happened as Rome was falling apart? They did massive gladiatorial combat. There were Circus Maximus all the time, constant celebrations, bacchanals, like all of the distraction and the debauchery and the largesse, because it distracts people from things that matter. It distracts people from the dissolution of the government. So when I see the razzly-dazzly fancy dancing happening, it encourages me to look in the explicit and exact opposite direction. If you're telling me, oh my God, trans, tranny, gay, I am going to look at everything except that, because that doesn't actually matter.
Yes. What's going on, Bob?
I was scratching my eyebrow. What's going on for you?
Bob, look, if you're saying something, you should probably continue saying it instead of scratching your eyebrow.
I had concluded my statement.
All right, I didn't know that. Yes, it's weird, and it's kind of odd that we've been hearing about this for the last 4 years, like nonstop. I mean, I went to the local high school, and they have bathrooms that say all genders welcome. When I was a kid, those were usually just called the bathroom. And that's all it was. It was just called the bathroom, meaning it didn't have a gender. It was just, I take this gender word and take it and throw it in the toilet. That's what you do. It's BS. There's only sexes. That's it. It's called the sexes. There's only a male and a female. Anything in between is just a deformity. That's all it is. It's just a deformity. All right? It's BS. When I was growing, the bell went off, people. The fight has begun. All there is,
Round
people,
one.
is just two sexes. That's it. Male and female. Everything else is a deformity. And that's not, you don't hate people because they're deformed. It's all right. You got problems, bro. You got some health problems. You got some physical deformities. That it is what it is. But you don't go and start pushing this on people and saying, and trying to make it like it's the biggest issue in the world. Sexual deformities have been around since the beginning of time. It's not really something we need to go and create new laws in order to like support sexual deformities. It really doesn't matter. It's not an issue that really matters. So let's stop talking about it. And again, local high school, they had signs, Bob, that said all genders welcome. Like what the F? Just call it the bathroom and we're done with it. And look, we got bathrooms in our house, right? We got a couple of bathrooms. We don't put like girls' bathroom, boys' bathroom. It's just the bathroom, people. That's all it is. That's the way to solve that issue. You remember they had a debate about this for months, Bob?
Yeah.
About bathrooms. This is what, look, back when our parents were younger, they had the revolution was or the argument was against the war. Like, I guess Vietnam, they were fighting against war. This generation's battle is against not allowing men into women's bathrooms. Isn't insane?
It's just idiocy, honestly speaking, because realistically, okay, if I'm in the bathroom and somebody walks into the bathroom, I have no idea what or who they are, and I don't care, to be quite honest with you. Now, if you come into the bathroom, regardless of whatever gender you are, or whatever sex you are, to be more accurate, and you are harassing me or threatening me in any way, you're going on a one-way trip to freezer camp. Period.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care what you got in your pants. I don't care what you think you got in your pants. I don't care if you identify as a fucking ham sandwich. I am going to eliminate the threat. Period. And
Okay.
I will, it's not going to be a conversation. I'm not going to sit out there and go, oh, well, do you feel like you've been oppressed? I don't fucking care if you've been oppressed. If you put me in a position where I feel unsafe, I am going to identify as the facilitator for your meeting with Jesus.
Damn, Bob. All right, Pennsylvania, they're showing the, there you go, all the states that are red so far. Right.
Well, I mean, again, this is presumptive.
Trump campaign rally. Harrison campaign rally. So they're still having rallies?
Well, it's you know, where the party is. So where the candidate is, and, you know, they'll usually announce it, and then people can go there and count down on election night.
All right, here we are, waiting.
Yeah, Blank Man. Sadly, we are in a situation where we need to always assume risk and threat. But truthfully, that's been the reality for the majority of human history. So, I think that we were lulled into a false sense of security and comfortability, and that particular charade is dropping. We are apex predators, after all.
Yeah, it's a bunch of BS. It ain't a real issue, but they keep pushing it on people. And yeah, like I said, I saw it in the schools. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't helping anyone. We know one of our friends across the street, his daughter actually tried to commit suicide because she's confused with her, gender, right,
Yeah.
Bob?
And what it is that she is weird. And that's not a bad thing. I think that some of the most interesting people, right? We're all weirdos here. Or we're all mad here is the actual quote I meant, not
Yes.
the one from The Craft, the one from Alice in Wonderland, which is the superior media. Some of the best minds are strange. And I think that because she is at the age where conformity is really important and she is unable to conform effectively, she is trying to find a group with whom she can mesh. And sadly, the group that takes all comers, the group that takes all people and tries to convince them that they are in some form or fashion special and magical, is this gender confusion camp. and she
by
did
gender
attempt
confusion,
suicide.
she means government confusion. Because that's what they're doing. All this stuff over here is all weaponized.
Hey, Blank Man, thank you. That's very kind of you. Honestly, you being here helps. We love that you're contributing to the conversation. You're participating. Like, we do this because it's something that we are genuinely interested in, and it's something that we enjoy. So thank you for sharing this election night with us.
Election 2024, people. We're going through it. We're going to see how long we can stay in here. Hopefully this gets settled tonight.
As we can see, California is now coming in, as is Washington State. both of which are blue. So Kamala is now presumptively up to 179 to Trump's 214. So that's what I mean when I say that as these states roll in, you're going to see some big shifts, but that isn't wrong or dishonest. That is just as states start to count their votes, you know, it is the Electoral College that actually casts the votes for president. The Electoral College is determined by the population density of the state. So California is a large state with a lot of people, therefore they have more representatives in the vote than, say, Nebraska, which has a much smaller population.
All right. This is a group I actually used to like, and now I effing hate. Dude's completely sold out. We're going to show this.
Oh, is this Ministry?
Nope. Well, I mean, Ministry also sold out.
Rage in favor of the machine.
Here we go. All right, Bob's going to step away for a minute while we look at this amazing group. Rage Against the Machine showed their support for the pro-abortion movement during their concert. Wow, isn't that amazing? They're raging against the machine. Well, keep in mind that the machine are the ones that wanted you to kill your babies. So are they really against the machine? No, they never were. It says, look at that. Look at that. People, this is laughable. It says forced birth in a country that is the only wealthy country in the world without any guaranteed paid paternal leave at the national level. I mean, forced birth. These guys are straight up people. If you want to know, like, the abortion tools that were created were actually created by communists. All the abortion tools that are used today in all these different countries were created by a communist. This is what they want. They want you to kill off your offspring. Forced birth in a country where black birth givers, this is what they call women, birth givers. I mean, could it be any more dehumanizing? Birth givers? Why not a woman or a mother? Why not a mother? A mother was good. That was a good way to put it. Birth givers? Really? Rage Against the Machine? Forced birth in a country where black birth givers experience maternal mortality 2 to 3 times higher than that of white birth givers. Bro, they're called women. Also, why are they experiencing these higher mortality rates? What is that about? Like, what's causing that? We don't know. Maybe they're drinking Coca-Cola and Sprite instead of drinking clean water. Whose fault is that? I don't know. I'm going to guess it's theirs. What is this? Forced birth in a country. Forced birth. You know that giving birth is just like a natural fact of mating. It's not called sex, people. It's called mating. They've muddied the waters for many, many, many decades now. They call it sex, but that doesn't exist. Sex is what you are. There's only 2 sexes. There's a man and there's a woman. That's called sex. Okay? That's called sex. The thing that people do in order to create offspring is called mating. It's never been sex. That is a lie. That is a manipulation of language. That has never been real. That's what they use in order to make groups equal when they're not. And just because they're not equal doesn't mean that you have to hate them. But that's just the reality of things. There is only mating. And if you and biblically, if you do the act of mating and you cover it up, like you wear what they call a condom and all that, that's called sodomy. It's not. You're not mating anymore. You're manipulating the actual act, what it's intended for. And we're all like this, people. We all got a degree of degeneracy. We're all victim. We've all fallen victim to this. This is what we've grown up in. Most of us, of my generation, we all grew up in this. We're like the frog in the pot, the pot of boiling water. We all think it's fine, but at some point it's all going to fall apart. So there you go. There's your rage for the machine. They're raging for the machine, not against it. That's for damn sure. Abort the Supreme Court. I want my right to do what the globalists told me I should do. I don't want morals. Why do I want morals?
People are really dumb. And I think that part of the problem is people stopped reading. Not to say that you must read, Dostoevsky and Cormac McCarthy and Tolstoy and, such. But when you read, particularly when you read like a very diverse array of genres, it creates the ability to form and structure arguments better. And people seem to have lost the ability to effectively debate. The presidential debates that occurred this cycle were hideous.
They're always terrible. It's all these garbage hot button issues.
The vice presidential debates were fucking stupid. And these are the leaders of the free world. And I've seen fourth graders do a better job.
The leaders, we don't know if they're actual leaders. They might just be figureheads. I think they're figureheads. I don't think these guys are leaders. They have entire groups of people that control them. That's my guess. But the standards do change. So if you, this is a weird thing that happens at every election. When you have a Republican or conservative in office, the standards are higher. When you have a leftist or a Democrat, I find that the standards are lower. And this is why Joe Biden can come in and do all kinds of trash and no one had anything to say about it. The right, they just come out and they're like, well, it's to be expected. And then the left, as always, are just blind. They're just blind. They don't care. They don't even acknowledge it. They don't pay attention. They're just like, what? They're racist. And that's it. They just say, oh, well, they're racist. And then the left comes out and says, well, they're racist. And that's it. We're going to fight racism.
Yes.
Beta!
Yes.
As of right now, the New York Times is saying that there's an 88% chance of Trump winning and that he is likely to win 301 electoral college votes if things continue to trend as they are, and that Trump is the favorite, the odds favorite.
That's what it looks like to me with
currently
what we're seeing so far.
And this is coming from the New York Times. So, and the New York Times is notoriously biased. So, but their election coverage is usually decent. I think that anybody who is just swinging for the cheap seats with the propaganda at this time, like people just immediately turn it off and don't listen. Because it's worthless. It's a complete waste of everybody's time. We can all speculate wildly, and I can sit here and say, Harambe is going to win.
And who's that?
Harambe was a gorilla that got euthanized because an idiot human being jumped into its enclosure like 10 years ago.
Did you see that story the other day about some dumb woman who jumped into like a bear enclosure?
A polar bear enclosure?
Yeah. She was getting bit by a bear.
Honestly, I think that if somebody does that, the animal deserves to eat them.
That's like, I think maybe she was mentally ill, maybe.
I don't care.
Damn, that's pretty messed up.
Honestly, as a species, we are not going to survive if we keep preventing the people who should not survive to breed from not surviving.
Mm-hmm.
So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, fuck around, find out. I don't know, whichever one of those jingoisms you particularly prefer.
That's messed up.
It might be messed up, but it's true. Just like with countries, if everybody else needs to wrangle and manage and facilitate you and you're making that difficult, well, when you shuffle yourself off this mortal coil, off you trot.
The excitement just keeps building. Remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man. You're watching 2024 election coverage. Look at Donald Trump scream. Ah! You see Eminem in the background?
I do.
Why does he always have that dumb look on his face?
Maybe Botox.
He just always looks like he always looks like a idiot. That's what he looks like. He annoys me when I look at his face. He always does that. He reminds me of like Billie Eilish. You know how she always does that little fake face with the eyebrows squinting. He's always trying to look tough. You know he's not tough. Blank Man says it was a polar bear.
Polar bears are no joke.
He said polar bears no joke. They're not, man. She changed her mind when that polar bear took that first bite.
It looks like Pennsylvania might swing red. Good.
Interesting.
Very interesting, actually.
I think people are sick. They're sick of it. I
Georgia
remember,
is also looking like it. According to the Associated Press, Georgia and Pennsylvania are looking like they're going to go red. Georgia,
I remember during the virus fraud, there was a big shift. A lot of people were leaving the Democratic Party.
Yep.
They saw what was going on and what they were pushing.
But apparently, in another group that I'm in, like I'm in a bunch of, I am interested in how people think. So I like to go gallivanting in some questionable groups. And in one of them, apparently, the Harris camp just said that this waffling back and forth is going to continue on through the night, which sounds very suspicious because it does not, in fact, seem like there's much more waffling left. But she is apparently saying it's going to waffle through the night. Because I'm looking right now at the Associated Press, and they're saying that Arizona is 50% reported and 50% essentially Trump. Florida is 97% reported, and they're 56% Trump. Georgia is 88% reported, and they're 51% Trump. Michigan is 30% reported, 52% Trump. North Carolina is 88%, 50.8% for Trump. So like he's edging. Like we're at 50.8, 51. But it's not like it's 12% of the vote.
It seems like he's trending high. He's doing really well so far. Looks like the Republicans are coming in at the top, except for there's some numbers that are trending Democrat.
New Mexico and Virginia seem to be flopping back and forth pretty significantly.
Okay, what's that? South Carolina that we just saw?
Oh, I wasn't looking.
I think that's what we saw. Tennessee is all Trump. It looks like 87% so far.
North Carolina.
Why do they say the race is called if you're telling me that?
Because it's presumptive, right? Okay. Because if you look, they'll show you how much of the vote is in. If it's only 25% of the vote, like look, they're saying it's called, but only 39% of the vote's in.
Yeah, 36 in Washington.
Right, so...
What is Washington? What's the demographic over there? Is that mostly
Washington,
Democrat?
D.C. or Washington State?
Washington State.
Washington State's very blue. It's a bunch of fucking lefty, hippie burnouts.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why it's trash over there, right?
It's not great.
Yeah, it's a high crime area.
Yep.
All right, got Blank. Blank Man says, Mom spaghetti. Arms are sweaty. Mom spaghetti.
Does he say arms are sweaty?
I don't know. I just meant look. That took over like his whole career, didn't it?
It really did. The ultimate meme.
What'd you say? The ultimate meme, Bob?
Yep.
Yep, it became his whole career. Mom spaghetti. It's everything. Mom spaghetti, bro. All right, we're waiting. We're watching these numbers build. The excitement is just, you can cut it with a knife. What do you think about them apples, Bob?
I think it's going to be interesting.
All right, we'll see what's going to happen. This is super, super exciting. They should really just have a fist fight. That would be great.
I think it's fascinating because people are like losing their shit. They're like, "Oh my god, I'm moving to a different country. This is it." And then somebody else has just said, "It's the red mirage. Stay calm, everyone."
The red mirage?
Yep.
A lot of people in denial around the country. They're just getting real angry. Oh no! But I mean, anyway, the media is going to use these guys, right? They're going to say, oh, well, he's super, super racist. Oh, this country. This is what they did the last time when Trump won the first time. They were like, a country divided. This is what they do. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, we all want Kamala to win. Kamala Harris. Who the heck wants Kamala to win, really?
I mean, I don't. I just think it's so interesting that, like, when folks on the left are like, oh my God, we're not going to get our way. They're like, we must run. We must complain. And then, like, folks on the right are like, we will have a war. It's kind of a funny dichotomy. A lot of people are drinking.
Drinking?
Yeah.
How do you know this?
Because I'm scoping out my various gallivantings on the interwebs.
Oh. You should show it to us.
I should not.
Why not?
Because I must maintain my anonymity.
All right. Okay, we're going to go and watch what some of these guys are doing around the web while we're waiting for these numbers to keep building. What will happen, people?
Oh, in an entirely more important determination, in Washington, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maine, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Wisconsin, you can own a kangaroo. Which I think is extremely important information, frankly.
We wanted to own a gator and we couldn't.
You can't own one of those in New York. You can't own any of the
Why not?
Because first of all, people are stupid, and second of all, people buy things because they think they're cool, and then when the cute little gator that was like eeny weeny and could fit in your pocket now is bigger than your bathtub and you need to feed it like an entire pig periodically, people just think they can release them, and that's a problem.
All right, we got a video over here from the Global News.
FDA start, for example, medical abortion, or the mailing, the ability to receive medical abortion pills through mailing, and those sorts of things. So, there's a lot that the president...
Hey, Bob, why is everybody Indian now in America? Can you tell me that? Everyone's Indian. Look at this guy over here.
Because they don't like India. So they're coming here instead.
I saw CNN today, and it was like all Indian anchors.
In control within administrative agencies.
You know that was
some things that are just
Einstein's fantasy, right? Was that the whole world would become Hindu.
Mm-hmm.
You know that? He wanted the global religion to be Hinduism.
The first Trump administration, oftentimes his administrative agency actions have failed to comply with the proper procedures in doing any and all of these things. But it is a very ambitious agenda that would likely result in the significant rolling back of LGBTQ rights, immigrants' rights, and moves towards racial equality in this country.
Yes, lots of things would change if former President Donald Trump wins a second term. Deep Gulaskaram, thank you.
You see how they're saying exactly what I said? That's how they do it. They set it up that way. And almost everything he said there was garbage. LGBTQ rights. What the right to what? To fucking wrestle with a woman?
And then look at the bottom of that ticker.
For a man
Sarah
to wrestle with a woman?
D, Democrat, becomes first openly trans person elected to the House.
That's what it says?
Look at the ticker at the bottom.
Oh, I see. Yes. You see it? Yeah, what is this? A leftist station?
What station is it? Global News?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Global
I don't know
News.
anything about Global News, to be honest.
First openly trans. I like how they took the gay game plan that the government created and they applied it to the trannies. Openly trans.
Constitutional law expert from University of Colorado Boulder. We're going to go to Eric Sorensen now. Eric, I know you want to talk about Wisconsin and Arizona, but can we take you to the results from North Carolina? Because I know that's just been called for Donald Trump.
It's I'd say it's a little bit of a surprise to see that happen at this hour on the night of the election, because North Carolina took a couple of weeks last time to call, but there it is, Donald Trump leading by 134,000. He's got a 2-point lead approximately, a little bit more than that, and so that's it. So much for North Carolina. Now, this is a state that you wouldn't necessarily expect. The only Democrat that has won it in anything like recent years was Barack Obama in 2008. But since then, 2012, 2016, and 2020, it has gone to the Republicans. But the Democrats thought they had a fair chance there, and I think it's a little bit telling that they've lost North Carolina already.
I mean, all Joe Biden did was garbage, right? Am I wrong, Bob? He did nothing for the country.
All he did was bad shit.
He did nothing.
He did bad stuff, man.
They're like shocked. Oh my God, they don't want to vote Democrat? Why
Because
would that be?
What they do is they appeal to this sense of like morality, like you must defend the weakest among us. You must defend the most challenged, the most this, the most. But like when it comes down to it, honestly, if our country is stronger, then the weakest among us will have more protection by default.
I think it's insane that everything he said there was all towards people like these very small groups that are really, I mean, there's like, if you go by any people that there's, some people want to control other people's lives. Like when it comes to, I guess, I don't know, they're always harping on trannies and all that. But the truth is that it's not okay to assault anyone. It doesn't matter. They want to put all these labels. You can't assault them and you really can't discriminate. You're not supposed to. These are protected groups in many ways. But the way they kind of harp on it, like, dude, everybody, no one has the right to assault you or harass you. Those laws have already been on the books. So to pretend that you're going to add all these other groups to there and pretend like, they're not getting their rights. It's like, no, bro, they already got them. They've been had them for a long time. Right, Bob?
Yep.
Sorry about the slang. I had to do it. Bob hates when
I think you're better than that, and you don't need to do all that shit.
I don't give up. All right, let's listen to a little more of this.
Less likely that Nevada can tip the scale except for some peculiar kind of combinations. At the moment,
I only brought up the trans thing because that's what this guy just did. He just said a bunch of stuff about, if the Republicans get elected, then all these rights are going to be taken away. It's like, no, they're not. The only rights that will be taken away is the right for a man to wrestle with a woman. The right for a man to maybe use a woman's bathroom. If it is designated for a woman, then it should just be for a woman. But if it's a bathroom, but that's for everyone, then. But again, that's such a stupid thing to argue about. Like the fact that people have been arguing and debating about that is just stupid. It's dumb.
In other news, an emperor penguin has made it all the way to Australia.
Where are we at?
Well, a penguin?
Look what just happened over. We were looking at that earlier. I wondered why Oregon hadn't gone, but it just popped in there now. So Oregon has gone for the Democrats. No surprise there.
Yeah.
You're asking about the votes in the blue wall states. If we have the boards, we can just take a quick look at them because it's important to show what's happening there, since this is what it comes down to, probably for Harris, if she's going to find a path. we're just going to look for those. I mean, we just looked at Wisconsin. We saw that Trump is ahead by about 3 or 4 points.
Yep.
He's been ahead. I can tell you that, again, 4 years ago, around 10 or 11 o'clock at night, Trump was ahead by 7 to 15 points in the battleground states, in these blue wall states. So he had those leads early. Now, the counting is happening differently this time.
You're talking about the discrepancies last time.
There were a lot of Democratic votes that were going to get counted later. I'm not sure she has that going for her this time. But here's Pennsylvania. He's up by 4 points, a lead of 177,000. He led big. He led by 500,000, Trump, in Pennsylvania last time around. So don't make too much of that yet. Michigan, his lead is again about 7 points, 120,000 votes lead. So that's you can't. Again, I wouldn't overrate these things, but it's all tilting in his direction at the moment. Again, they were tilting in his direction in 2020, and he lost all of those, right? Wisconsin, we looked at that a little bit earlier. It's a little bit closer, but she's going to have to start making up some ground in these states. It's certainly possible. We just don't know quite where some of the votes are that need to be counted yet. Often it's urban centers that take long.
You hear that?
What, Bob?
Oh well, we have to. Where are the votes that need to be counted? Like, how is she? How is she?
And then
behind?
later, it happened all of the.
All right, so we got Alex Jones over here. He lost some weight, it looks like.
All over the country, it's being reported that Republicans that have been
looks like he lost a lot of weight.
There's
He
a
looks like a
problem.
different person.
He really does.
Or sorry, you're not in the database. Here's a provisional, and so you kind of go to timeout. So there's all sorts of ways that they're doing this. But as you said, the shenanigans are out in the open. I mean, they had all these federal judges rule illegals can vote, stay on the rolls. The Texas Secretary of State said 5 weeks ago, you can vote with a non-citizen ID.
Man?
Then the Supreme Court comes in and says about last Monday,
in the comments,
to Virginia,
Hello.
okay, the illegals do have to come off the rolls. So
welcome to the
people have
shit
been
show.
denying that, even though, James O'Keefe gets the footage of it happening. No, this is really going on. So regardless of what happens with this election, I believe Trump's about to win. That's what it looks like right now. It's been just the mask is off here. And so much the fraud did get caught. And a lot of states took off, just in the aggregate, millions and millions of dead people and illegals and crazy stuff. And as you know, you're Michigan, 500,000 people that weren't on the voter rolls and weren't voters and registered in the database, but they're just there and they get to still vote. Right. I mean, so this is wild. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. And even if, as we've called Georgia for Donald Trump, like you said, Michigan is one of those. I mean, we already know, look, like you just said, there were voter rolls that had some, I don't remember exactly if it was redundant votes or they had non-citizens or voter rolls that should have been purged that they didn't purge. But we do know that at least one Chinese national voted, even though they weren't a citizen, got caught, but that vote still counts. To me, that's enough. In other words, if there are any names on those voter rolls that should not be allowed to vote, as far as I'm concerned, every single one of them.
So how much longer do you think this is going to go on, Bob? Another day, 2 days?
We should have, realistically, a pretty clear understanding by tonight. And then the states get certified, and then we proceed to the Electoral College vote like tomorrow or the day after. However, I think that what is in the balance is you keep hearing these allusions to what happened in 2020, where all of these magical votes that significantly left-turned what was a pretty clear path to victory emerged in the middle of the night. So I think that there's so much more scrutiny, both from the general public, from lawmakers, from all kinds of different people, that they're gonna have to tell us something definitive today. Like that, I mean, it might not be before midnight, but they're gonna have to say something definitive, I think, tonight, like before tomorrow.
Well, the last time, I mean, everybody went to bed and woke up, and the Democrats had taken it.
There's all sorts of uprising, and that if Trump tries to defend against it, Hitler. So this is definitely a very exciting and dangerous time.
Wait, do you mean to tell me that when you had
I hate
who
that
was
this is doing
the
this. I
Republican
don't
Party
know.
that it was feckless and useless, and now that Donald Trump has been, we're actually seeing some headway being made as it relates to election fraud? That's not what you're telling me, is it, Alex?
It's what's happening, brother. And so this is the Great Awakening.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way we would lose is not engaging them, because even if they steal it, now they're even double caught. Right. I mean, at a sick level, I hope this doesn't happen, but from a Machiavellian position, If they steal this now,
right?
He lost so much weight.
The
It's
Democratic
crazy.
Party in a couple of years will be outlawed in this country.
No,
I mean they're like the Nazi Party already at this point.
It should be.
Yeah, I think you're right. And hey, I do have a couple more questions for you, Alex. First, is that shirt velvet? Is that velvet?
No.
Or is it suede?
It looks nice either way.
I mean, a lot of people would say that statement is like they wouldn't be happy with that statement, but it's true, Bob. Like, look, they created the cancel culture.
Yeah, I mean, the leftists, the Democratic Party has taken a turn. And it came from the school of thought that brought you communism, that brought you critical theory. It was called the I have to go find it, but it was a philosophical practice wherein instead of thinking about society as a society, they thought about society from the perspective.
Oh wait, Alex Jones is taking his shirt off. He's going full Diddy.
I just saw
his chest hair literally grows like an arrow, saying, "Right here." It's an arrow.
That's what you want to look at.
Look at
Oh my God! He's got a WWE voice.
Yes, he does.
He's got the physique,
and he has an actual arrow.
He's like a good-looking
Tell you
George
what,
the Animal
brother,
Steel.
Donald Trump's gonna win. I tell you what, brother.
George the Animal
I'll take
Steel.
it. Let me put my earpiece
Your
back
body
on. I got
hair
problems
naturally grows like Zangief, for
here,
God's
hold on,
sake.
take it here.
By the way, this is the least strange thing Alex Jones has ever done.
Yes, it is. Well, certainly on this stream. Wait,
This
you
is
know
Mega
where the blood
Wild.
is
Just for
walking?
you,
You
Steven.
can't clip it on your skin, Alex.
This is the guy that literally talks about his boners on his site. You know that?
Who?
Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, his male vitality supplements.
vitality, not to be weird, but like my penis got way harder.
But anyway, so the left has
Watch
been
out, Joe Rogan might get
subsumed by the degenerates from the Frankfurt School, who introduced things like critical race theory and all of those things. Critical race theory isn't the only thing that came out of it, but essentially it is the glorification of uselessness. It is the glorification of being the most victimized, the most oppressed. And again, I'll kind of circle back to what I said earlier in the broadcast. There are people for whom absolute independence, autonomy, and freedom is a non-negotiable, and there are people who believe independence, autonomy, and freedom is being a manager in a retail store. And they have their role to play within an organization, and that's all they want to do. They don't want to have to strike out and make something of their own. We are increasingly a country of the latter instead of the former, and that is emphasized by the left as it currently exists today.
Yeah, there was somebody in the comments who has a kind of a rude thing. I just noticed their username.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the username in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I mean, it's just you got that shape.
Even when I was fat, I mean, this is muscle.
Sorry, Bob. I was just moderating some of the comments.
No, I mean, but I used to work out a lot when I was younger. I had a just ridiculous chest, but
No,
yeah,
I'm not
I mean, we're
saying
gonna
it's
go with
tits.
the
I'm
one
saying
right
you look like you're made of wooden planks.
He
Right?
looks
You
like
got that barrel.
He
when
looks
people
like
say
a
barrel.
Coke machine with a head on it.
Yes, he does. He does.
So like those 1920s
I wasn't saying that,
bodybuilders that are just
Yes, the 1920s bodybuilders were
Yes.
before they were juiced out of their mind.
Why are they going crazy about Alex Jones' physique? Do you think he's in good shape, Bob?
I mean, isn't he like in his late 50s?
No. I think he's actually still in his 40s.
Alex Jones. I'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
I
I
think he looks fine.
He lost some weight. So I mean, I guess they're happy about that. Looks like he's been working out. I saw some pictures of him when he was younger. He was actually in really good shape.
bells in each hand.
Alex Jones is 50.
Oh, he is?
Yep.
Yeah, it's all good stuff, but I'm still in terrible shape.
You're not in terrible shape.
Badass shape.
You're not in
This is
terrible
less than
shape.
70 to-
Alex, take the win. Everyone here. We have some ladies in the live audience. They're fanning themselves right now.
You look like Michelle Obama.
Listen, I did it all from the AlexJonesStore.com with Ultimate CMOS.
Oh, my
Ultimate
Lord.
CMOS. That's why, right here.
Wow.
Ultimate CMOS.
This is the Ozempic of vitamins.
The Ozempic of the sea.
All right, so he's selling some supplements. I mean, is he kidding?
No, he's definitely not kidding. This is what Alex Jones does. He sells his virility and his this, that, and the other way. And you know what? Honestly, that's his hustle. Let him live. I don't really care.
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, you need something to fund your operation, right?
Oh, interesting. Sparacioni is climbing. I don't think he will beat Gillibrand in New York, but I appreciate the showing he's having.
All right, we're going through it. It's so exciting, isn't it, Bob? It's just climbing and climbing and climbing.
I am unabashedly enjoying watching the people I know that are very left have nervous breakdowns currently.
Yes, Bob's saying this, but you don't want to post them. Just give me some of the links,
don't.
Bob. I'll put them up, put some of the comments. I won't put their names in.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Although
All right.
somebody is like, remember, guys, the results looked bad in 2020.
Yeah,
but
before
we
they
could
supposedly
still
robbed
win.
the election.
It's like, you do realize that sounds very suspect.
And you know, the only thing they care about is losing our rights to abortion.
And then
We're
I
gonna
have
lose
this
our
other
abortion
one.
rights, everyone.
Don't-
These people could literally lose all their rights. And the only thing they care about is the right to stick a vacuum up their body and pull out their baby. That's the only right they care about. And also, people, just so you know, rights come from right and wrong. That's where the word comes from, right? Right? That's your rights. So how could you say is it right to stick a vacuum in your body? To have no self-control? No self-control at all, huh? There's so many things wrong with this picture.
People are like doing witchcraft for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and Kamala Harris, supposedly her family owns slaves.
Yep.
So they want to vote in a slave massa. But that's always how it's been when the Democrats. They created the KKK. That's their creation. The Republicans freed the slaves. The Democrats kept them in slavery. Right? And they continue to do it even today. So there you go. Look at that. Donald Trump's ahead.
Uh-huh. I've got somebody saying, don't get discouraged as results start coming in. It normally always shows red as winning first, and then it swings blue. That's what we call the red mirage and the blue shift. That sounds fucking sketchy.
It swings blue, no Diddy. But it might not this time. It might not.
I see a lot of people like putting all sorts of like, I'm a conformist.
Those are the funniest ones when you go on there on Facebook and you find these like leftist groups. I'm gonna go on Facebook. I'm gonna look up, see if I can find someone who's like completely a group that's like anti-Trump to see their reactions.
I'm also seeing people starting to post images of guillotines and various other things like, oh, what are we wearing to the Civil War? So what happened to peacefully accepting the results, right? What happened to trusting the legislative and electoral process? Weren't they all bent out of shape about that? Like last time? I don't know.
So we got over here, this guy over here is pointing out some of these results so far. It looks like they got Harris. What is Bob? Do you know? Can you read this? This information, I can't see it. Do you see that? Was it 88.5% for Trump?
It looks like these are betting odds.
Yeah, betting odds, huh?
Yeah, because you're able to buy an option. So that looks like betting odds.
That's so crazy.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to bet on.
I mean, Trump he seems to be doing better in most states so far. We got over here, Ohio. Trump is almost at 100%. I mean, the votes are almost done. We're gonna be closing that out soon. 83%. Kamala's ahead. South Carolina, Trump's ahead. You got 97% of the votes are in. South Dakota, Tennessee seems to keep trending for Trump.
Yep. 77%
is done. Trump's still ahead in Texas, Utah, Trump. But that's 1% they got. That's not even close to done yet. 92% in Vermont. Trump is behind. And the votes just keep coming in. You gotta change your name, bro. I mean, you don't be rude to our guest over here. I know what you're doing. Change your name, or I'm gonna have to get you out of here, man.
Somebody else said, "Oh well, this is kind of cozy. We're all having a panic attack together at once." I'm not panicking, but okay.
All right. So the votes just keep coming in, people. Election coverage 2024. You are watching The Real Foo TV. This is Foo and Bob. This is the greatest channel on demand. Remember to subscribe. And we just keep going, people.
Oh my goodness, we've got somebody. I stayed sober and vegan through 2016 to 2020. Obviously, I was fine the last 4 years, but I'm not sure how much more of this I can take. Lord.
Let me guess, they're going to storm the Capitol after this election's over, and they won't even acknowledge it.
I need my abortions! I want to kill my baby! I need to be able to be 87 genders! Ah!
I just think it's just cheesy. Like, the stuff they fight about is so stupid. It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's always these meaningless things for the most part. What do you think of Cruz? Do you like him?
Not really. He's a centrist.
He's a fraud, huh? Fence sitter? Centrist. To me, a centrist is the equivalent of like a fence sitter. They don't believe in anything, really. Bernie Sanders. Okay, we're going to go back and watch possibly some more. Maybe Alex Jones is still hanging around. All right.
On the flip side, we've got somebody on Facebook saying there's no such thing as a strong, independent woman on welfare. Coming in hot with the controversial takes. And that comment has like 87 comments underneath it.
Lol. Is Rumble Premium
Angry ones, huh?
Club proved that we could build out a network, but there are already more people like Donald Trump Jr. on Rumble Premium. They have some gamers there. They have live events. So every member of Mud Club is going to be there.
I'm the head of Rumble with you guys as well.
All right. So supposedly they got pulled for a second. Let's see this.
It'll be gone next Tuesday, and bad guys are probably going to buy it. So I've just been faithful to the crew here, but I'm ready to branch out and hopefully have the crew with me.
Right.
But that's going on.
And you could always just you could just change it to like info floors, and that could be under Rumble Premium. Is my point, right? There's a million things that you could do.
Oh
no, we lost his feed.
Gone or just dark?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's back.
Apparently they bought it.
You know why? Because they want to feed
us. It
us.
takes money to fight this.
Yes.
The AlexJonesStore.com.
Yes, AlexJonesStore.com. I think because he wants to feed us some info from Owen Schroyer real quick. The Alex Jones. Sorry, say it again, Alex. I'm sorry.
TheAlexJonesStore.com. Get some T-shirts, get some CMOS. Keep us on the air. I'm not kidding. You'll love the CMOS. But seriously, Owen is on it. I know you guys have your own war room. I want to hear your take on his analysis. So here's Owen Schroyer. Owen, come in here.
All right, let's hear what Owen Schroyer.
I guess they got it set up where they can put up that screen anytime they get pulled. I don't see why they would get pulled. Maybe because it's Alex Jones on there?
It's probably because it's Alex Jones. And isn't he like banned for life from YouTube or something?
Supposedly he is, but he seems to be on the platform all the time. All right, so we have some technical problems here for Steven Crowder. All right. His video's getting pulled supposedly. I find it interesting because he says stuff that gets me removed off the platform altogether, and yet they don't remove him. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. It's Ooh, Maine might be flipping red.
Why?
Because
they sold out.
But that's a very good sign for us.
Well, so that, for example, Luzerne still has accounts out. Schuylkill?
What? Schuylkill?
How do you
All
say
of the
this?
counties, Charlie.
Schuylkill?
I'm literally
Yeah,
just
Schuylkill.
talking about Philadelphia. It's Schuylkill, Charlie. My God.
No, I know. But, so what I'm saying, though,
Charlie, you're doing so well.
wait, hold on. What I'm saying is that, yeah, I totally screwed that up.
Yeah,
Lancaster looks like it's in. York, all of these counties, it's going to be, what advantage would it be with that margin then?
We would, she would be leading, to be clear. If you count all the callers in Philadelphia, she'd be leading, let's just round up to 10,000. We'd have to make that up across the state.
10,000
in all
votes?
the other counties. Yes.
With current margins, though.
No, I'm not even counting any of the Republican counties. I'm just saying.
No.
if
I'm
we
saying,
just-
for example,
yeah.
Montgomery County doesn't get redder from this point forward.
Yeah, but there's still
No,
but,
yeah, I'm
but
keeping-
so
I'm keeping
Cliff,
current margins, yes.
let me answer your question. So look, York County, which is a huge red county, is still under 50% returned right now. There's all that stuff in Cambria. Cambria is only at 20%. Yeah, and then you've got just little bits and pieces like Somerset's still waiting for 25% to come in. Blair is still waiting for a bunch to come in. So, yeah, could Trump pick up 10,000 across the rest of the state? I think easily. And that's that.
All right, boring. They're boring, aren't they, Bob?
they are, and it's just interesting because, like, as much as the left have complained about free and fair elections, no, you have to accept the results and blah 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 blah. I'm literally seeing people talking about storming the Capitol if Trump wins, and I'm like, I'm sorry, am I hallucinating? Did I have a stroke?
But isn't that how?
Is this the Mandela effect of 2024? What the fuck is going on?
But isn't that how it always works?
It is, and it's just kind of amusing, honestly.
It's always like that. They say, oh, well, you can't do this, and they're racist, and blah, blah, blah. And then they go and they do all the stuff that they say they're against.
People are talking about how scary it is.
What is?
The potential that Trump will win.
So what is this that you're looking at?
I'm just scrolling my news feed, bro.
All right. I'm going to see if I can find some people that are for Kamala.
Oh, I know. I'm going to check somebody. I like to keep lefty loonies on my social media because I'm fascinated by their lack of internal consistency.
All right, just going around YouTube, actually around Facebook, looking for some of these people that Bob finds to be funny. All right. We're going to go back around the web and look for some more people. See if we can find some live leftists, I guess, who are angry.
Somebody is saying, how many tickets are we booking to Portugal? I've got news for you. Portugal is a very conservative country. You're probably not going to like it there.
They forget that this is one of the most liberal countries in the world.
Mm-hmm.
The results are coming in, people. The
Yep.
excitement, you can cut it with a knife. You're watching Food TV. Remember to subscribe. We're going for it.
Oh, this isn't interesting. It's actually kind of positive, and it's from a physician. And he says, I'm confident that no matter the outcome, those of us on the authentic path towards greater health, freedom, and coherence are going to be just fine. The beautiful future we're creating is coming irrespective of who's in a so-called position of authority. We are all remembering who and what we truly are, our union with God, and remembering what we can create together, and nothing can stop that. I think that's a beautiful message, actually. And I think it's correct, honestly. Like, regardless of who wins. Regardless. The world is not going to end tomorrow. The world is not going to end in January.
That's what you think.
I can't speak for whatever asteroids may be hurtling towards our little blue pebble. But like
it's going to get really bad, right?
A president can make things worse, but evil cannot win. Period. They might win a few battles, but they won't win the war.
The tavern says to drain the swamp. Bob, is he going to drain the swamp? Is that going to happen?
I mean, I don't know. For me, with Trump,
I don't think he really did it the last time.
No, he didn't. He just put different monsters in the swamp. He added spicy new content to the swamp.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda dead. Bob sent me a message. Let me see if I can copy this. I can show it to you guys. Give me 1 second. I copy this over. 1 effing second while we're just going through this amazing coverage. I mean, it's just crazy how amazing we are. It really does hurt to be this good. No joke, no Diddy.
But I just want it to be a little bit more
One
clear.
final thing. So, Alex, I know we're going to have to... Can we have our team cross-reference these counties that are particularly, important right now, and look at the Jewish voting population? Yeah. Because looking at the trends that we already have, no, I'm just saying.
No, we can look at those. We can look at those in PA.
In other words, we can look at those in PA, but that might help us make a prediction a little bit earlier if we see those numbers still continue to track.
And to that point, we were able, when we did call North Carolina, it was about 10 minutes ahead of Reuters' call on that as well.
Right.
So we did beat them to the punch.
Yeah, thank you, Mug Club.
There we go. So we're the first place right here, guys. Mug Club, Rumble Premium. If you guys want to support it, click that button right now. Join Rumble Premium. You just heard maybe info floors at Rumble Premium. I know that Alex Jones has a lot. We don't know what's going to happen after next week, but the water's warm. And yeah, we made the North Carolina call before.
All right, Bob, you want to read this? This is the thing you sent us.
Well, I already read it.
Oh, okay.
That's what I read. But looking at the Associated Press election map, they're saying that we've got 230 for Trump, 205 for Harris. We still have Maine, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, as well as Alaska and Hawaii. But Alaska and Hawaii are very small. So, I mean, Trump is in the lead, although we've got Maine looking like it might swing blue, Minnesota looking like it might swing blue. No data on Nevada. Arizona might swing red. Georgia might swing red. Pennsylvania might swing red. So very much still in the mix. Like, honestly speaking, if Kamala takes Nevada, Minnesota, Maine, and Pennsylvania, she could very much win. So this is not a foregone conclusion by any means. And I think that it is going to be close.
Towards the mic, Bob. You're looking in the opposite direction. Sorry, I just want to be able to hear your voice. You got a comment there from Josh.
Yep.
You want to read it?
Josh says, "God bless Trump and God bless everyone here." Seconded.
Thanks a lot, man.
But the New York Times and the Associated Press, the New York Times is still trending towards Trump. The Associated Press has Trump at 230. With Kamala at 205, with some key battleground states looking red. I mean, this could be called tonight, which I think would be the correct thing. And it would be atypical for U.S. history for it not to be called tonight. Especially,
well, I mean, the last time they didn't call it, right?
Right, but that was anomalous in the, entire history of elections. That was weird. Even where there's been some kerfuffling, they've been able to call it the night of.
All right.
So, if the Associated Press is correct, Trump needs 40 seats, whereas Kamala needs 65.
That's not that many seats.
It isn't. And it looks like Arizona is still at 50% reporting, although Florida is pretty much locked in. Georgia, 93% reporting, and it's 50.8% for Trump. So, I mean, if that 7% comes in for Kamala, it could switch it.
We're going to see if that's coming up soon. All right, you got a black screen here. What is it, Bob?
Nothing. It's weird that we still have 0 results in from Nevada. Like, that's bizarre.
All right, what's bizarre about that?
Because if we already have California, right, and we already have all these other states, it's odd that Nevada is behind everybody else. Like, we've got states that are further west in. So I don't know why Nevada would be so... Like, it literally is saying 0, like, no results in from Nevada at all.
Well, what's the time difference in New York compared to Nevada?
They're 3 hours behind us. So in Nevada, it would be 8:56 p.m.
I saw they were showing Nevada, weren't they? Am I wrong?
Well, the Associated Press isn't showing it.
Yeah.
But let me see what the New York Times has.
That's exactly why you heard me on my spiel earlier. Well, I'll never say political violence is never the answer. Hey, if people are actually rioting and burning down your houses, burning down your neighborhoods, if we see another summer of love, guess what? I would much rather see Korean shopkeeper defends what he created and, by the way, voted to preserve than another man.
The Sober says he was in the Discord. Why don't you get back on? Like, Sobers, I didn't hear you. Is the Discord not open or something? I think it's open. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
I'm going to check the Discord and see if it's working. Sometimes it doesn't work. That Discord is really finicky. Not a huge fan. You can get back in it, Sober, so I'll put you on the thing, on the show. You can tell us what you think. Obviously, he's voting for Kamala Harris. That's just a damn fact.
Yeah.
Beta! All right, how's that even supposed to work? Well, what's that in response to? All right, that's in response to, I never got that. Y'all have a Democratic president with a Republican House.
Well, I mean, how it's supposed to work is that they're able to put aside their partisan leanings and work collaboratively in a balanced fashion. However, many politicians are out for the perpetuation of their own power, so they don't do that. But the whole point of having the possibility of a mixed leadership is to ensure some degree of accurate representation, because we are not a monolith as a country.
All right, what are these guys talking about over here?
I mean, it sucks for her.
Before we even went live on air, most of the
Lizzo leave, that's a dozen people.
The U.S. consulates in Europe, all those places that wanted Trump to lose, they all decided not to hold their watch parties. So there's, yeah.
So there are quite a few signs. We don't have the leftist meltdowns yet. I don't know. We'll check in with Brodigan in my land.
Put a note in. Look for these things, please.
I don't want to. All right. I'm just nervous about going to bed. I'm just being realistic.
Okay, that's fine.
Were you here in
Thanks, Uncle
2016?
Frank. Thanks, Uncle Frank.
I'm with you, Nick. I'm with you.
If it helps, if it makes you feel any better,
No,
Nick forgot his reading glasses. All right.
We'll also get you some Senate updates, because we could take the Senate and the House potentially tonight.
I think we picked up 2 and we're leading in 3 others right now.
Now I'm excited.
So we're talking about the Senate, right?
Senate, yeah.
Yeah. The House.
The House we have, but we could.
Yeah.
Widen the margin.
Yeah, I believe we needed 4 to win 4 of this.
I say we pick up the House and drop it on Kamala's
I'm trying to
head.
remember, how many more would we need in this?
We only really had to flip one because West Virginia was open because of Manchin,
Right,
so
because of
they
Manchin.
won that one, and then one more, which would have
But
been.
is it a shutout in the seats that they thought would flip Democrat? That's one thing I don't know yet.
I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look at that one.
Okay.
We've been focused on the presidency.
Well, thank you so much, Lane the Brain. We appreciate it. We'll check. And you know what? Since we paid good money to have that chair out there, next time, do you mind doing it from the chair?
I like that chair. It's a cool chair.
Okay, let's have you do it from that chair there. Plus, you look good in that chair.
Just microphone. Just put it like right here.
Yeah, put it right up there.
Gerald can come.
Like your Mariah Carey at Rockefeller Plaza.
If Gerald wants to show everybody how to do it,
It's just we paid good money for that chair, and I don't think we're going to be streaming for days now.
Gerald will show us how to do that when he does the wine tasting.
No.
That's right.
I'm doing wine tasting?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So this has been a lot of fun. Oh, you know what? I forgot.
Oh no.
I forgot. Actually, we still have on the show tonight, and considering that we don't know how much longer Kamala is going to have any type of political shelf life, her father's name is actually Donald J. Harris. That is not a joke, but we do have Donald J. Harris live on the line with us. Let's go to him now. Mr. Harris, thanks for coming back on tonight.
Yeah, man, what's on your mind?
Well, since you've known her for so long, I wanted to get your insight on why your daughter isn't doing as well as the media was hoping she would tonight.
It's all very simple, man. She didn't have the time.
But time for what?
To do the same thing she always done to get all of her job.
Boy, you're really a one-trick pony, aren't you, Donald J?
It's a simple equation. You divide the population.
Okay, so his jokes are nowhere as good as ours. We're just really effing amazing. That's just the way it is. Bob.
Yeah.
How's it looking?
Looking at the Needle, which is the New York Times map, it's still looking at like Trump. I'm gonna refresh the gonna refresh it.
Look at this. Sober says he was on the Discord, but then he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
So,
all right, well, Bob.
the New York Times Needle says 89% chance of Trump victory, and that's updated. That's current.
And by the amount of hours in a day that she spread.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of hardcore leftists that are going to say this. They're going to be like, what the f-? How the f-? Did he win?
Yep. Because they were less able to cheat this time.
Maybe that, you think that's the case?
I think it's a factor.
Do you think this guy is even able to really even be president? He's kind of up there, isn't he? He's almost 80 years old.
We just had 4 years of Joe Biden, who I'm pretty sure.
But I mean, Joe Biden was like a total figurehead. He didn't do anything at all. You think this guy will? I mean, come on, people.
I think he's still got some chutzpah.
What the? All right, let's hear a little bit more of this coverage.
Back when Nick Be right back after this. We'll be right
got more
back.
rules than a Tonight Show, for Christ's sake.
Tool Man!
Truth Social, a free speech platform designed to avoid big tech censorship. Make your voice heard. Join the movement.
Yeah, I don't trust that.
Yeah, I don't trust it at all. I don't trust Elon Musk either.
If you're telling me, oh, you're going to avoid censorship and blah, 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 and it's allowed to be fucking posted and publicized and make money, absolutely not. That's a honey trap. No, thank you.
I don't trust that Truth Social crap at all. And they put the word truth in there. That's how you know that's most likely not truth. We got Scrap Happy Daffy. Is this the Hitler cartoon they had? Let's see this.
We're in to win, so let's begin to do the job with John. We're in to win, turn in your chin and listen to it clunk. To our nation's call, every rubber ball goes to conquer freedom's foe. Freedom's foe? Freedom's a foe. Freedom's foe. We're in to win, our scrap is in, so to victory, let's go. And do the job with John. Puss, pants, hotel can. ants, pails, nails, empty jails, fats, hats, rubber mats, missing legs, kitchen sinks, garbage cans, electric fans, rubber boots, bathing suits, reels, wheels, run-down heels, beds, springs, piston rings, metal shears, old tin ears. Tires, chains, water mains, skates, plates, furnace grates, pitching forks, rubber cords, sacks, racks, railroad tracks, clothes, hose, fiddle bows, plugs, lugs, bathroom rugs, collar keys, housemaid knees, rubber bands, birdcage stands, metal snips, pillow slips, locks, grandpa clocks. And that's why we're in to win. Well, how do you like that, Sickle Gruber?
Destroy that scrap pile! 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 Destroy! 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 That scrap pile! Destroy that scrap pile!
Halt! Who goes there? Mice. Moose. Saboteurs, I betcha. I thought so. Put your hands up. You criminals are all alike. I can see it in your eyes. Just a stupid ignoramus, a numbskull, a nitwit, a nincompoop. Why, it's just a poor little sick billy goat. Hey, William, this'll fix you up. A sodium acetyl salicylate. Listen to it fizz. Provides immediate relief from hypergasidity, banishes after-dinner discomfort and loginess. Say, this tin termite is a Nazi, a folk wolf in sheep's clothing. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? I'm through. Oh, what I'd give for a can of spinach now. Shame, Daffy. Shame. Creak, 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 Uncle Dillingham duck. Did I cry spinach when I stood a duck on Plymouth Rock? Did I in Washington give up with their Lefogin hawk? Did Daniel Boone and me quack quits when engines shaved our scalp. Did John Paul Duck give up the ship or ever holler help? Hey, Daffy, Americans don't give up. No, Daffy, Americans don't give up. That's right. And I'm an American. Duck. Up there in the sky. It's a bird. No, it's a plane. No, it's Super American. Gosh, a dream. It was all a dream.
Next time you dream, include us out.
That's all, folks.
So what do you think of that, Bob?
That was so fun. I love classic cartoons. I hate the new style of like cartoon drawing. Like
That,
new
that was a little
cartoons look
suggestive,
terrible.
wasn't that thing with that hose thing? The water thing?
I guess. I don't know. I didn't read it that way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking around. No Diddy. All right. Gonna continue with the coverage. With the we're gonna watch where the polls are. We got Dark over here saying Hitler. All right.
I mean, it looks like no matter which news source I look at, the prediction is Trump currently.
Yeah.
But we've seen that before.
Yeah, we saw it we saw it the last election.
We've got it 230 Trump, 210 Harris, according to the Associated Press. If Trump picks up these states that he's predicted to pick up, then I don't think Harris would have a pathway to victory.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, we got 99% over here. Louisiana, Trump is way ahead, and they're almost done.
Yeah, but the states that are of interest are Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are the ones that we've got to see what's going on. Because remember, he's still 40 electoral college seats away. You know, it's not like he's 5 away.
Yes. I mean, for most of this stream, almost every single state has Trump ahead. That's what it seems like to me, right?
I mean, many of them do, but there are
There's only 15% here.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
92%, and that's real close. North Carolina. North Dakota, that's almost done. That's for Trump, looks like.
Yeah.
Nebraska, still got some time with that one. Yeah. Why is it going back and forth? They
because
just throw
Nebraska, they're going district by district.
Oh, okay. It says race called here, New Hampshire, Harris.
But Harris isn't taking New Jersey by as big a margin as people probably thought. I mean, she's only ahead by, 3 points?
Yeah, New York. Trump is actually kind of high. He's kind of close in New York as well. 95% Ohio. Again, Oklahoma 66.2%. Oregon. Rhode Island, they like their Kamala, I guess. South Carolina looks like it's Trump, but again, like Bob said, these are not finished yet. They still got some time to go.
People have been making like weird Lord of the Rings references to this, and I keep seeing people saying, "Oh, the Eagles are coming to help." Like, "Oh, don't worry, it's a red mirage, and there's gonna be a blue shift." Like, even if you are the most dyed-in-the-wool leftist, if you believe in any capacity in the legitimacy of government and governmental transition, you should take a real long, hard look at yourself if you are out here promoting this idea that there can be magical thinking that completely upends the trend in the middle of the night when no one's looking.
I mean, that's what happened the last time, wasn't it?
Yep.
So that's why a lot of people are keeping their hope, especially on the Democrat side. Because that's the way it turned out 4 years ago. It was all Trump, and then boom, it just shifted out of nowhere.
But similar. It's interesting. So, a friend of mine was talking, and she is a naturalized U.S. citizen, so she became a citizen in 2017. Her father and mother are from the Philippines, and her father is a 2-star general, Marine sniper from the Philippines. And he lived through many attempted coups. And she was talking about how the thing that she learned from him was that even though many of his friends, many of the people he went through training and service with, who had attained similar levels of prestige and rank, were attempting to overthrow the government because they felt that their experience, their position, their whatever, meant that they knew best over they knew what should happen, and they would usurp the power to make it happen. Her father, on the other hand, spent time stopping those people. And he said that he doesn't know whether he was on the right side of history or not, but what he does know is that he is a Marine, and it is not for him to make those decisions for the country. It is for the country to make those decisions for themselves. And that is why he went against his friends, his colleagues, and stopped them, sometimes lethally, to prevent them from disrupting the flow of government. Because if you believe in the legitimacy of government at all, you must protect that government so that it can operate, so that there can be an election. And I thought that that was really interesting, because so many people are so fixated on my team by any means, that I think that we've lost sight of the entire point of this exercise. This exercise isn't about my team or your team. This exercise is about the continuation, improvement, and strengthening of this country. Right? So if we're not focused single-mindedly on that, we're not doing the correct thing.
Yeah.
People are saying everybody's going to move to Canada. I mean, if you feel like you want to move to Canada, please.
And why would you move to Canada? The place where you have no freedom of speech?
Although conversely, there is a Facebook page.
They just probably like their abortion laws over there, right?
You can abort people well into life over there through MAID. So there's a Facebook page called the New York State Firearms Association, and they posted, "We are starting to feel super unburdened by what has been," with a middle finger. And I think that's actually kind of funny. Like immediately on the heels of me saying I don't think that, being divisive is productive. I am thinking a divisive meme is funny, but it is. Within me, there are multitudes. So how are you feeling, Fu?
I'm all right. I'm just a little bit tired, but it's interesting, I guess. It's coming along slowly. We're gonna see. Hopefully, we can get the decision tonight or the outcome, most of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if there's only like, just a couple of states left, it's pretty much over, right?
I'm trying hard not to have a panic attack. This is asinine. I can't.
There's Bob's
keep going.
reading some comments on Facebook right now. She's not having a panic attack.
I'm fine. I am relaxed, moisturized, in my lane, hydrated. I would like to be napping because I'm sleepy. But folks are losing their ever-loving mind. And it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
Like Peter from Family Guy says, Canada sucks.
Yep. Although I do have to say that, like, even as divisive as it has been, even as, like, frustrating...
In 1943.
Sorry.
I am heartened to see that the silent majority is not so silent this time around.
They all voted this time, I think. I think a lot of people voted. Okay. All right. I'm going to watch a little bit more, some more stuff from around the web.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had a lot of live reactions. I'm going to go look and see if we can find some interesting, funny, hopefully funny reactions on Instagram.
Well, I'm in a Facebook group called the Civil Political Discussion Group, which is not actually terribly civil most of the time. And they've had a live thread going of this, and this group includes like leftists, conservatives, centrists, it's everybody. And people are like losing their marbles on both sides of the spectrum here. People keep sharing the New York Times, The Needle. It's simmering down now a bit. Somebody in here is saying, I'm certainly very disappointed and discouraged right now. She definitely seemed to have all the momentum in the last week. It's hard to fathom that he made gains with groups he continually disparaged. And I just saw he won a county in North Carolina that is 50% black, and a Republican has not won there since the 1870s. I mean, I think that says all it needs to say, really. It's not about what color you are. It's about being able to survive and put food on a table and have a roof over your head and fill your tank with gas so you can go to whatever fucking job you've managed to land. Like, it's not about, oh, well, she looks like me or he looks like me or whatever it is. It's about the country. And it's so much bigger than this, like, asinine my team versus your team bullshit.
But I mean, that's the way they always build it, right? It's always my team versus your team. That's all they care about.
And what's interesting is it looks like the Republicans are also taking Congress. So if Trump wins and we have a unified Congress, then it becomes a much more productive term because theoretically, they should all be in agreement with each other and they should all be like working cohesively to get things passed as quickly as possible. Because that's how the legislative process in this country works, right? A bill is introduced, it's voted on the floor, it's negotiated back and forth. If it passes the floor, if it passes the House, it goes to the Senate. If it passes the Senate, it goes to the president, and then the president either signs it or vetoes it. If the president vetoes it, they can start that process all over again. So having a Congress, a House, and a Senate that are aligned with the president ideologically, which they, at least theoretically should be if they're all conservatives, or even if they're conservatives in name only, then we may see a much more productive next 4 years.
All right, so we're going around the web right now real quick. People are going to watch some videos.
Are we doing like a micro doom scroll?
We're kind of R in a way.
Are we watching a drunken Sid right now?
Yes, yes, it is a drunken Sid. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
Fu is from Brooklyn. We lived in Brooklyn.
Yes.
It's Hasidland over there.
This
so
is a very, 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 very drunk Sid.
Hey, Jeremy, let me get the cards. Let me get the cards. We'll get the cigarette. Yeah, go get it. You gotta give me the card. Go get it. You gotta give me the card. I'm gonna get it. Go get it. I'm gonna get it without the card.
Why is that not zooming in?
I don't know.
So weird. It's not zooming.
Go get it. You gonna pay for it, right? You gonna pay for it? Yeah. Oh, you like alcohol?
All right, Bob, look at this.
Pensou que era 4 marginais,
Oh,
né?
no.
Não, meninas. Uma mafarazinha dessa. Olha essa mafará. Bate aqui, amiga.
Oh my gosh.
Deitada, amiga, tá pagando peito.
That blonde one? Why? Why? Hideous.
What's going on here?
Pensou que era 4 marginais, né? Meninas. Uma
Lying on your dick. He be talking shit cause he just really wanna hit. Why you lying on your dick?
Oh no. What is this?
Why you lying on your dick?
It's so bestial.
Why was he lying on his dick? All right. And who has a dick the size of a freaking, what's that thing called? A
That's
great...
an aubergine.
No. What aubergine?
It's an eggplant.
Who has an eggplant dick?
I mean, it's not the correct shape.
It's not the correct size either. You know how big a damn eggplant is?
Yes, I do. I've seen. I
Yeah,
have
they're
seen an
enormous.
eggplant or two.
They're
I
like
eggplant
sometimes they're
Parmesan.
almost the size. Some of those eggplants are the size of almost the size of a watermelon. You got a watermelon in your pants? What the hell? What the? That's some wishful thinking, I guess.
I feel like guys who need to emphasize that they've got like
an eggplant
I've got
penis.
a 15-inch long, 6-inch wide penis. I'm like, you've never even been in the room with a woman.
Eggplants.
Like, have you lost your mind?
Has no one ever seen the size of an eggplant before? I don't think that's normal.
Oh my.
Is that plastic surgery?
Yeah.
Facelift?
Lord.
She's looking good.
I mean, the results will settle down.
Yes.
Like, they're very swollen right now, but like, dear Jesus.
Is that the results after?
That looks like immediately after surgery. Like, you can see that the incision isn't healed at all. So I imagine that this is like immediately after surgery.
Wait, let's look at this next part. Is this the result?
No, that's the before.
That's the before?
That's the before.
So why the hell didn't they? I mean, I feel like they pull their skin a little too tight. Whoa, great after. It looks like that cat that the lady found.
Years later, Tupac is dating one of the daughters. I think it was Khadijah. You know, Mike and Quincy was tight. Right. Michael Jackson watched Quincy Jones'
Looks like the boxer Sean Porter, but like old.
daughters grow up. Tupac comes out the party, disrespecting Khadijah, like, bitch, shut up. Come the fuck on. Shut the fuck up and get in the car. Mike stepped to him. Yo, you can't talk to her like that. He was like, Mike, mind your fucking business. Mike was like, fuck no, that's like my niece. You ain't gonna just talk to her like that. Michael Jackson and Tupac start rumbling. Michael Jackson beat his ass. They said Tupac loved to fight, but he can't fight.
Tupac and Michael
Jackson. You gotta remember, number one, Mike came up in the house with how many brothers? Do you got brothers?
No.
You ain't got brothers.
But Tupac wasn't real. I feel like he was like a fake gangster. Like Michael Jackson was actually like, you know, a businessman, and he was definitely bigger than that guy. And I mean, look, you saw that guy dancing around with Jada Pinkett.
Yep.
That dude wasn't.
Light in
That
the
dude
loafers,
was
man.
fake gangster.
Testosterone,
You
not even once.
Brothers? Okay, so I have 4 brothers. That's how I learned how to fight. Fast forward years later, Tupac is dating.
Bless you. Oh. Hasid EDM.
Damn, is this real? Are they joking?
Hasid rave.
I think they're lying. That can't be real. That's not real, is it?
Dark said MJ beat Tupac's ass. A hee hee. Oh my lord! I just shoot her. Just shoot her.
Just shoot her in her dick.
Just shoot her.
Just shoot her.
No.
Wait.
Send her to freezer camp.
Just shoot her in her. I hate how that keeps opening that.
Directly to freezer camp. That is the average Kamala Harris voter right there.
Did she just smash her face into the wall?
Mm-hmm.
That's a...
See, that's why I'm recording. Because the cops ain't gonna believe this shit. Stop.
This reminds me of that crazy lady who got really pissed after Roe v. Wade got overturned. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's one of the funniest videos ever. She's like on the ground just screaming her head off. She turns all red. I gotta watch this lady hit her face against the wall again.
That was great. I mean, like, that looks like it legitimately hurt. Like, 10 out of 10. That was probably excessive.
She's like, ah! She
She's
keeps
like
going.
possessed. You know, I don't typically believe that possession is a thing, but seeing some of these, and I'm like, maybe that's the devil. Maybe that's a demon. I don't know. I feel like that has transcended normal human behavior, and we've gone into the supernatural. That's the only explanation. Or the drugs are excellent.
She definitely is a spoiled mother biatch.
Send her to freezer camp.
I wish this would keep opening up those links.
4 drinks. Call them out. Gentlemen, if you will allow as I do them.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God. I feel like this is going to go horribly wrong.
What, Bob?
I feel like this is going to go horribly wrong, and I'm, like, slightly uncomfortable.
Forearm.
No. Nope.
All right, we're gonna go back. We'll come back to this in a second. I gotta set it up. I don't like the way the perspective looks.
Oh,
all right.
my
All
stars.
right, Bob, you got any new leftist crap on there?
I'll have a perusal. Mostly people they're not even being like interesting. They're just being sad and boring.
Well, you gotta point your mouth at the mic, Bob.
Yeah.
Because it'll sound muffled when we listen back to it.
We've got will Canada take me as a refugee? I can be a mail order husband. Who would order you? I feel the delusion is strong. Go do something else because it's out of our hands anyway. I mean, this all is sounding very much like they didn't get to cheat and they're very sad about it. Apparently, like, some of the deciding factor in Pennsylvania was the Amish. And a friend of mine said, everybody gangsted till the horse-drawn carriages pulled up. The Amish people came out in droves and made a difference. Like, that's hilarious. Love that. Saved by the Amish.
That's like a new TV show, Saved by the Amish.
I mean, essentially, like season 46 of America, brought to you by the Amish. We really did hand it over to a tyrant. Beyond disbelief, it's an understatement. I don't really see how it's a tyrant, but all right. People are,
Yeah, look, that didn't work out too well.
Oh,
Look,
no. Nope.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
4 drinks. Call them out.
Nope. Can we just go past this
Allow
video?
as I do them.
My son does identify as a cat, but
Oh,
I
God.
cannot take him to a vet because I tried that, and the veterinarian told me that because he has human anatomy, that he does not know how to work on him or diagnose him with anything, and he legally cannot. So, and while I do think that is a form of discrimination, because, you know, my son, if he says he's a cat, he is a cat, and he needs to be treated like that, like one, you know. But
Yeah.
I'm not
Is
going to
this
press
satire?
charges because I know that
Please tell me this
he
is
could lose
satire.
his license if he did work on my son.
I'm gonna make a wild guess and say that she actually believes this.
But this is something that I want to raise awareness on because I do think that people that identify as an animal should be able to go to the vet. You know, that's the medical attention.
I saw this recently, and I told my friend about it, and he just said something odd. I said, "This is really creepy. Like, look what these people worship." And he brought up some sexual thing because of the way she moves around.
What the fuck is that? Is she possessed?
She's really creepy. She's trying to be Kali.
I feel like that's gonna give her brain damage.
That's why. I probably would. I mean, that's some epic headbanging. In another video, she cuts her tongue out with a sword. I should play like some Slipknot music, right? That'd be the thing. Maybe. Let me see if I got any Slipknot music in my control. All right, here we go. Look, Bob. Here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting ready for the Slipknot.
It matches perfectly. Look at how much she's sweating. Look at her. My goodness.
It looks like that Aman Khalif.
Imani Khalif.
Yeah, the one who's a dude. Oh, this guy can rhyme.
Per parlarvi di una cosa importante, un secondo, ma tu hai preferito fare altro in quel momento e continuare a rimandare e rimandare. Io come uno stupido ti aspettavo, perché adesso te ne ho veramente tanto. Buongiorno, ancora.
This is why you should not make cinnamon rolls or any baked goods out of your yeast infection.
What?
I just want to do some
Okay, so
because I
like
know
she's
I came on
fake.
here and said I made.
What?
So that's the same lady who's saying her son is a cat. So she's just
Is that
like
the same
rage
lady?
baiting. Yeah,
I don't know if that's true.
it is. She's rage baiting.
I don't know. I don't know, Bob. She might be telling the truth. Don't dismiss her identity. Right, Bob?
I'm absolutely gonna dismiss her identity. Oh my goodness.
It's like a guy.
That's terrifying.
Man, this is some hardcore stuff. All right, I'm going to put this underneath the comments. Give me 1 second. 1 second, people. We are running this epic stream of epic proportions. We're a little bit tired, but we're going to keep going because we need to know the result of the election. Right now, we're doing like kind of a doom scroll in a way, watching some Instagram videos, waiting for the results to come in. All right, you got any more angry people on there, Bob?
Mostly just people talking about leaving the country.
Let's hope they actually leave.
That would be great.
That's
honestly.
one less communist to worry about.
Somebody, I feel ill.
I feel ill. Oh my God, he's gonna win. Kamala Harris won't be able to oppress me.
Y'all worried about the price of
Chat.
eggs? I'm worried if I'll be legally defined as a human being tomorrow. We are not the same. Was there a move to redefine human? I
Really?
feel like
Is that what
didn't
Trump's
happen.
gonna do?
Apparently.
Sorry, people. I'm trying to get this stupid thing to work. I tried to. Oh man, I wanted it. Where the hell is the chat? That's what I'm looking for. Anyway, let's watch this video.
with all the eyes of dying. Sample my skin.
What's this supposed to be, Bob, over here? What is this? What is this
What
thing?
is what?
What is this?
It looks like a parasite.
Oh, it's a parasite?
I mean, that's a microscopic image of something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's stupid. Oh, man, that's sexy, isn't it?
Yikes.
Is that a guy?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it needs to go on a diet.
It does. It looks like a potato. I remember being
potato.
I remember being at a concert at a small venue, and some dude jumped off the balcony and I can't read that whole comment. Do you say a comment, Bob?
Hold on.
And landed close to me. Laugh out loud. Was that Eddie Vedder? Eddie Vedder? Remember that song? Evening Flow. Is it? Remember he jumps off that giant
Yeah.
thing? My eyes.
The hands down most violent show I've ever, and mind you, we've been in the pit for Motorhead. We've been in the pit for
Well, Motorhead was
Slayer.
nothing. We saw Motorhead at Jones
We've
Beach.
seen
or something.
Motorhead a few times. We saw Motorhead a few times before Let Me Die.
Well, I mean, the craziest one is the Dropkick
The
Murphys.
Dropkick Murphys 10-year anniversary
That's the
show.
craziest show I ever went to.
Holy shit.
That was crazy.
That was, and I was expecting it to be like a little rough.
Yeah.
I really like
It was bad.
being like in the mosh pit or as close to the mosh pit as Fu will let me get, because he does not like it when I go in the mosh pit. Because I'm 5'4". So that's not a great choice, but it's so much fun. Yeah, that was I was not expecting that show to be as rough as it was, to be
No.
quite honest with you. Like, we have definitely been to bands where you would expect a much, much, much rougher show, like of it at all different venues, all different levels of fame. But like that show, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty. People are rough. All right, let's see this. This is important.
Oh my God. It looks like it's had some sort of surgical procedure on its chest. Do you see
That's
that?
what?
It seems to have a surgical scar on its sternum. So maybe it had a heart attack.
Yeah.
That's got to be a deep fake.
What do you mean?
I don't think that that's actually Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather.
China, China, China. You can't trust anyone, but you can trust China. LC sign. Best service, best factory, best quality.
There's a video of a guy sitting on the ground, cross-legged, and a monkey hops on his shoulder. And then the guy's like thinking it's cute and smiley, and then the monkey just decides to take a massive chunk of his scalp off. So this dude is just sitting there with his monkey is like sitting on his lap, and he's like talking to the monkey. He's like, "Hello, Mr. Monkey."
Saying something bad about it.
Look, he doesn't seem like he's bummed out about the monkey. Now watch what the monkey does.
Oh, gee.
Ouchie Wawa. There's a video of a guy sitting.
Ouchie Wawa.
I think we can move off of that video.
That thing looks evil, man.
Sphinx cats, man.
Want to learn how to squat without any knee pain?
That's
You
a
gotta
Harris
try.
voter. That is a
You want
white
to learn how
dude
to
for Harris
squat with
right
no
there.
knee pain? What about ass pain?
I
That's
think he
some tight
likes that.
pants.
A lean back squat. Using a pole, a rack, a door frame. The whole idea here is you're
Is he kidding?
leaning back. This lean back will help you create this 90-degree angle, which is perfect for the glute recruit. You're driving through the heels.
Do you know them? No. But in DeClerc, we all fam. What?
His boobies jiggled.
Yeah, everything's jiggling on that guy. He's doing what they call body hardening. He's just trying to adjust
I
him.
think his students just annoy the shit out of him, and he's beating him up.
Well, the thing is, you usually do this before they fight, right? He's trying to get them used to getting hit. That guy's hitting some of them harder than others. Manny Pacquiao? Manny Pacquiao?
I was just thinking Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao?
I like that this became like a doom scroll.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kill some time before the results come
Is
in.
it true you're coming back in the fall, though?
Yes. This lady was actually too attractive to be a reporter. It's really weird. I sometimes I would think she's a lullaby. Maybe she's a lullaby.
So it'll be in April. 15 years is 2 decades. It was Gregor McConnor or Conor McGregor.
Liam says he's going to knock me out with devastating fashion. He got some big words to fulfill those shoes.
This guy can't even put a
To fulfill those shoes. Those some big words, man. You're gonna have to fulfill those shoes.
fucking sentence together, man. He's reaching for those grapes. He's trying to make his wine, and the wine's already sounding like a violin with that cheese and wine.
What?
The wine is already sounding like a violin with that cheese and wine. This guy got hit in the head way too many times. Or maybe it's the drugs he took. It made his brain grow a little too much. Maybe his brain's too big.
Right hook to the body.
You fans tune in. I never let you down till now. I won't start.
I came in here 110%.
I never let you down till now. I won't start.
We've officially got someone that I actually know saying they are moving. Like, actually literally moving.
Someone you know. I mean, they always say this stupid shit, and guess what? Who cares? Move.
Of this game.
I want to tell me what you see. Let's go ahead and see by the fight what you saw in the ring.
I'm a totally different person than I was 12 years ago. I'm faster, I'm stronger, I'm younger.
5 days a week, I'll train.
He's faster, he's stronger, he's younger than he was. Wow, he's aging in reverse.
Days a week. One of those days I will train 2 days of the week. So 6 days a week I'll be training. I'm only 43 years old. I'm an old mature. I mean, I'm matured old. Very fast.
Is it true you're coming back in the fall, though?
Yes, it'll be in April.
He's confusing everyone. Chuck Liddell's like, what the fuck? What the? wait, what? I cursed. I'm sorry. Chuck Liddell turned to the camera and he was like, what the? Well, Bob, what are you laughing about?
The needle seems to be down, which is the New York Times poll watch.
It's down?
Yeah, it's not loading.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, lots of people are accessing it, so it is entirely possible. It's just
maybe they're trying to cook the books.
But yeah, it's showing like literally no results, which is very weird. Oh, there we go. It just kicked in.
Ah.
That was weird. I like refreshed it like 6 times and it wasn't showing anything. So